Into the elevator they go, getting ready to begin their journey to the launch pad. Big waves from the crew. And Kimiya, his wave interrupted the elevator. And a salute from Mike Fink. Next time we see them, they will be walking out those doors.
You know, so one thing that hasn't changed from yesterday to today, as you can see, the energy and the excitement, it's still there.
You're so right. Because after all, at the end of the day, it's another attempt to try to go to space. And that is just...
Yeah. And as a crew, you're in the mindset, we're going. There's no question about it. And yes, the ground crew is going to make their calls and make sure that everything's safe. And just like yesterday, they may step in and say, hey, we can't. But from a mindset perspective, the crew is going. And so they're leaning forward and ready to go.
Great knowledge and insight from our astronaut co-host, Nick Hague, a brigadier general with the Space Force and a NASA astronaut. We're talking traditions and mindset. Let's talk about one of the many. Here's another one, the signing of the mission patch. There's Zena Cardman. This was a couple days ago. This is a tradition where they slap yet another mission patch on the wall. This one's great, though. Look at Kimiya. Look what he does. Zing! Off we go. Or was that Oleg?
Yeah, that's Oleg.
Oleg was the one that did that.
It's got some flair.
Yeah, that's some pizzazz.
You know, and these little things are... It connects you to the legacy of our human spaceflight program. And so it's very important from a crew perspective to feel connected to that, that you're one small piece of that larger picture.
That's right, and a legacy that goes back to the 1950s here on the Space Coast. Families are there. You can see them, family, friends, and loved ones, as well as special guests. The doors open up, which means we're going to see the crew shortly. But they're behind stanchions, and that's for a reason, Nick.
Yeah, quarantine is so important, making sure that we can keep the crew healthy. They've been in quarantine for the past 2 weeks. And we preserve that all the way up to the point of them getting in the capsule. And so you see those stanchions providing that separation to keep that safe distance so that nobody ends up getting inadvertently sick.
And we focus on the doors now here at crew quarters. And here they come. Crew-11 walking outside for the final time before launch in hopes of starting a mission years in the making. Nick is waving. You can't see him, but he was literally waving at the screen.
How can you not?
Our crew today, Commander Zena Cardman, pilot Michael Fink, JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. I corrected my pronunciation yesterday, and I slipped back into Americanizing.
Crew walkout has commenced on schedule.
Everything on schedule.
So this is the last chance to say goodbye to family, and once the crew gets in the cars, they'll be able to roll down the window and say the last few words. But friends and family, spouses, children, I'm going to see you in 6 months, maybe 8.
Core on countdown. Advanced team is complete with preps and ready for crew arrival. On schedule.
So we've gotten the word that the crew can pull out from their location. This looks like you can have even a little conversation at this point.
Yeah, last little, these are the things I forgot to do at the house that I need to remind you about. No, it's a chance to say those last few words. For me, those words always fail to fully express the emotion that you have in the moment. You're excited to go, but you're also a little sad to know that you're going to be separated from friends and family for that long.
And you know what they're feeling as well, which is, family is in a different position.
Yeah, they're bystanders and they get to watch this, which is definitely a different perspective than being in the seat and in the middle of the operations. It can be stressful, but NASA does an amazing job of providing extended support to the families to help them, especially through stressful times like a launch.
There go the doors.
I saw another heart sign.
We should have counted. So you see 3 Teslas there. The first Tesla has the closeout lead and 2 suit technicians. The second Tesla has the commander and pilot, along with a flight surgeon. And the third Tesla in the back that you see there has the second closeout lead and other support staff, along with the 2 mission specialists. And here's that moment you were talking about, Nick. Well, it's just natural to want to lean in a little bit, isn't it?
It is. The quarantine, the window's down and you want to just reach through and give them a hug, and you can't.
Right. Well, they're queuing up the playlist. Songs that they will listen to on that 20-minute journey. I see Jessica Watkins from the astronaut office, fellow astronaut. They're taking some pictures. She's in the blue flight suit on the left.
Yep, and we've got astronauts assigned to each of the families to provide them that support. And it means a lot for the crew member that's launching to know that you've got one of your colleagues, one of your friends that's there to take care of the people you hold most dear.
No. Well, there's Xena giving a last wave with the window down.
There's lots of mixed emotions when you're launching, and this is one of those moments where it's lots of smiles and energy, but there's also teary eyes.
Right. All right, to big cheers, the crew is pulling out. Crew-11 on the road to launch pad 39A. Let's take a moment now to hear in their own words from each of the crew members, and we begin with the commander, Xena Cardman, as she shares her path from field science to spaceflight.
I think in a lot of ways, science and exploration is just innate to us as human beings. That's why toddlers ask so many why questions. It's just part of who we are. In many ways, I think trying to explore space generates solutions to problems that we didn't even know we had.
My name is Xena Cardman, and I am the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station.
I was born in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, but grew up in Williamsburg, Virginia. I grew up almost like an only child. I have two older brothers, but the younger of the two actually went off to college when I was 5 years old. And so I learned to play in my backyard a lot, play with friends, use my imagination, and explore the natural world around me. I studied biology as an undergraduate student. This is largely because I had a really excellent high school biology teacher who inspired me to pursue research on my own, even as a high school student. But while I was at college, I also got to know microbiology. I got to know geosciences and chemistry. I wound up doing a lot of research in an oceanography marine sciences department and studying in remote locations like Antarctica. I also, while I was an undergraduate, became a creative writing minor, and I've always really valued that chance to study the creative side of my brain and explore our natural world through that side as well. I love being an astronaut right now because there are many pathways to get to the International Space Station. We spend long duration periods, so many months long, living and working on board that space station, and it's really focused on research. A lot of that research is on our home planet, and a lot of that research is on us as human subjects. I'm very excited to be actually a test subject for a lot of the medical research that we're doing on board the ISS. I've signed up for a very large, all-encompassing medical study called CIPHER, and this, I think, is going to be critical as we start thinking about going for longer durations and farther places like the Moon and Mars. My role as commander is to bring out the best in my crewmates from the moment we start training till the moment we get back to Earth and then some. And so I'm always thinking about that larger mission overview and how my crewmates are doing and what we can do for each other. Spaceflight, by definition, requires collaboration and requires more than one person, and the chance to be part of something much larger than myself has been humbling and inspiring and deeply fulfilling. Even since I was a child, looking up at the stars, looking up at the cosmos is inspiring. It helps me answer questions like, what are we doing here? Who are we? Where are we? I don't think we grow if we don't challenge ourselves. I think that's true for myself, it's true for teams, and it's true for us as a society and as a species. We have to take some risks, we have to challenge ourselves in order to push ourselves, and I can't wait to see what we discover during my career and for generations to come.
Next up, astronaut Michael Fink. Next up, astronaut Michael Fink, a veteran of 3 missions and 4 spacewalks, as he reflects on what keeps him coming back to space.
Human beings, part of our nature, part of who we are, our identity is explorers. Because every time we explore, we improve our lives and our situations. It's just natural. My name is Mike Fink, and I'm the pilot for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the mighty Steelers, and it was a great time to grow up, lots of great educational opportunities, a time that was tough economically, but a place where we knew that dreams could come true. When I was like 2 and 3 years old, my parents would wake me up from whatever nap I was taking to watch moon landings. We did many moon landings back in the late 60s and early 70s, and that made a big impression on me. So I knew that back then, even when I was like 3, that I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to go walk on the moon. I wanted to go explore space. So I learned to read so I could read more about space, and the more I read, the more excited I became. When I was in high school, I didn't know what engineering was. I knew what math and science were, physics. I was kind of good at that. Math, I took a leap of faith and went to an engineering program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, thankfully paid for by an Air Force ROTC scholarship, and then hustling with side gigs on the weekends. And I got to study airplanes and rockets, 2 of my favorite things. So I was able to graduate from MIT with 2 degrees, and then the summer after graduation, I had a really wonderful opportunity to study in Soviet Union. Fortunately, I'd studied Russian language, so I knew enough Russian to go with some colleagues, and we spent the summer at Moscow Aviation Institute studying cosmonautics, and then I spent the next year at Stanford University getting a master's in aeronautics and astronautics. I love the space station. I helped build it. I helped the first modules get ready here on planet Earth, and have had the joy of living aboard the space station for 2 long-duration missions so far. We've learned from the International Space Station that space is a great place to really understand more about the universe. When we are aboard the International Space Station, we're still gravitationally connected to planet Earth, but we're free falling, so like we're in microgravity. So you take that big G out of the equation, and then you can find out what's really going on physically. We're also outside the atmosphere, so we can look to the universe beyond us without atmospheric interference. When I'm on a spacewalk, I can look out to the whole universe, and I can see how small our planet is and how big and wonderful the rest of the universe is, and it's calling to us. We need to explore and go see the whole universe that's out there. Space exploration is something that really speaks to me as a person, right? We all kind of have our passions, and for me, since I was like 2 or 3 years old, I wanted to go to space, explore space, and I've had a chance to do that. Half my life I've been an astronaut. I've really, really enjoyed exploring space.
Great words from Spanky, his call sign for Mike Fink. And as we follow the 3 vehicles with security escort, we reveal a beautiful view of the Vehicle Assembly Building. Iconic here at the Kennedy Space Center, where work is underway to stack the rocket inside. We're stacking the rocket and the spacecraft for Artemis II, NASA's first crewed mission to the moon in more than 50 years. 4 astronauts will launch around the moon as part of the Artemis campaign, a major step towards a sustained human presence on the lunar surface and a future journey to Mars. Zipping by, 4 astronauts go into low Earth orbit, looking at a gigantic building that holds inside of it a moon rocket, and as well as the next generation launch tower that you see out there, ML2. All right, let's hear now from JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui on the returning to station, representing Japan, and what this mission means to him.
I think humankind has a desire to explore and also expand our area of activities. Space is a great place to explore because Earth is so small. We still have unknown places, but Earth is generally speaking so small compared with space. My name is Kimiya Yui. I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in very, very small village in Nagano Prefecture. So up there, I was able to see very, very beautiful stars in night skies. When I was a little boy, I did stargazing, and I loved stars. I really want to know everything on our universe, and I want to go everywhere as long as I live. When I was already like 10 years old, I already wanted to become an astronaut or astronaut. I graduated from the National Defense Academy, and after that I entered Japanese Air Force, Japan Air Self-Defense Force, then become a fighter pilot, then a test pilot, and then became an astronaut. We do science in space because we have constant microgravity in the ISS. We cannot achieve that condition on the Earth. Space
And finally, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov, sharing his thoughts as he prepares for his very first flight to space.
Бесконечный космос открывает бесконечные возможности для человечества, поэтому есть необходимость осваивать Солнечную систему, осваивать просторы за пределами Солнечной системы. А для того, чтобы это сделать в будущем, мы должны закладывать эту базу. My name is Oleg Platonov, and I am a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. Я родился в большом индустриальном городе в России, в городе Челябинске. Это моя родина. Я занимался в патриотических кружках, связанных с авиацией и космонавтикой, поэтому уже в мое детство я задумывался о космосе. У меня много целей в этом полете. Прежде всего, я хочу полететь на мощной огромной ракете в космос, долететь до Международной космической станции, сесть возле большого иллюминатора на станции, посмотреть на нашу красавицу Землю, и это будет вдохновлять меня работать все лучше и лучше. Мы можем получать новые данные о нашей Земле, о Солнечной системе, о космических лучах, о нашей Вселенной, о жизни микроорганизмов в космосе, о здоровье человека, о получении новых лекарств, о путях улучшения конструктивных материалов и внутренняя потребность человека исследовать все, что находится вокруг него. Хочется узнать все новое, новое и новое, расширяя горизонты своего знания, что границы открыты, что мы можем летать в космос, что мы можем лететь дальше, все дальше и дальше, за пределы нашей Земли, за пределы Солнечной системы. И это будет вдохновлять уже не только нас, но и не предыдущие, а следующие поколения.
And that wraps up, in their own words, Crew-11, as they arrive at the pad for their launch attempt today. Launch pad 39A, and a beautiful shot there provided by the flight operations team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Those helicopters orbiting the pad, keeping the area secure with a lookout, as well as carrying one of our cameras to give us some spectacular views. From this view, the weather looks fantastic, but it is very much a watch item for later. We are T-minus 3 hours and 1 minute and counting. And while all looks fine now, we want to take a look at the weather forecast for launch time. Currently, we set with a probability of go at 60%. Winds are light, 10 miles per hour out of the west. Temperature is a roasty, toasty, 87 degrees expected for today at launch time. The concern is cumulus cloud rule along with surface electric fields rule, which together basically tell you pop-up storms, pop-up thunderstorms at the time of T0, currently scheduled for 11:43 a.m. Eastern time. The sea breeze, as it does this time of year and as it is forecast to do today, will creep over land, and the convective activity with the warm air will percolate some cumulus clouds and potential storm clouds around the pad. We saw this yesterday as we were standing out there for the launch attempt. The hope is that those will percolate not too close to the coast, but it became more of a watch item today than it was for yesterday because of exactly the formula that played out, in addition to the fact that today we have additional moisture in the atmosphere. We're also watching the weather along the ascent corridor. We've got a low pressure system that's moving off the coast of the eastern seaboard. It's well north of the staging area, but we could have some storms in that earlier or afterwards. So that is also a watch item. This, of course, is an area where if Dragon were to need to abort off the rocket and splash down, they want to have good conditions weather-wise in order to land in the ocean.
Yeah, you know, you've got to watch. It's not just the weather at launch, it's the weather all along the launch corridor. And it's a really complex process. There's a lot of factors that go into it. And it's almost an impossible task for the weathermen to figure it out in advance. So we just continue to watch and take it down to the real-time call of are we ready to go or not.
The launch weather officers, very capable bunch. They do their best. But like you say, weather is so unpredictable here in Florida that it's hard to get it exactly 100% right. But we use the tools we have and the data that we see, and we'll take it from there. Let's get a social question in that have been queuing up. MPOV23 asks, we are watching the live stream, and my 10-year-old daughter, Zoe, asked, what do you do to keep entertained, busy, while in space for so long?
Yeah, that's a great question, Zoe. It's one of those things where everybody's a little bit different. Some people read books. Some people will watch a favorite TV show or a movie, or will sit around, every Friday evening after the long work week, we would get together and have dinner and share music and just talk. But without doubt, something that everybody does is go to the window and look out the window at the Earth down below and just soak it in, because it is such an amazing view. You can see almost coast to coast of the United States as you fly over, so you see so much, and you almost start to lose the ability to see the impacts of humans, and you see the mountains, and you see the oceans and lakes and deserts, and you start to appreciate just how connected everything is on Earth. And then when you get on the other side of the world, you're in the dark, and then the stars all come out, and you can see the universe just kind of unfold in front of you, and there's so many stars that you can't see that many stars from the ground. And it's just so impressive. You could spend hours.
I can only imagine. And it all in 90 minutes, right? As you zip around the planet.
16 times a day.
Well, there is our commander and our pilot, Mike Fink and Zena Cardman, looking up at their rocket.
Big hugs. And so Zena must have listened to your commentary yesterday, Daryl, because she was leaning back farther than Mike was today.
I noticed that. I was going to say so. I was like, wait, Mike Fink has the upgraded suit. He is the only one of the crew to wear the version 2, V2, R2, which is an upgraded suit that SpaceX is providing. In the elevator they go from the ground floor up to the 275-foot level. This is a great shot. They were just there looking up at their rocket. This gives you a sense of scale,
which is so hard to get in the space industry.
Yes.
You see these pictures of the rocket and launch pad from a long ways away, and without a person standing there, you start to forget that these are small buildings we're launching into space.
Yes, that's right. That was a great shot to lay that imagery out, right? We saw them close up in the elevators, and then we widened out to the rocket. It really gives you a sense of scale. Great work by the production team there. All right, they get to the elevator. They have one more set of stairs to climb before they get up to the crew access arm. Well, Zena has some hugs for the closeout crew.
Yeah, last little, thank yous for all the work yesterday and today, and getting ready to walk out the arm and get strapped in. Today's the day.
A nice gaze out across the spaceport. You can see everything.
It's an unbelievable view it's so scenic.
And here comes Mike and Xena. Hearts and thumbs up with big waves, getting ready to get inside Dragon Endeavour. Was that a dab?
You said he was a jokester. He's having a good time.
And so, put a hand where they signed the meatball,
More on
the
countdown.
NASA
Crews
logo.
have reached the White Room on schedule.
Because this is the second launch attempt, they will not have to sign their names along the NASA logo that you see there on the wall. They did that yesterday. So Xena just put her hand on it, gave it a touch, and they'll go straight into making sure their suit is clean and there's no FOD before they get into the Dragon Endeavour, their spacecraft that will take them on a journey to the International Space Station, 260 miles above the surface of the Earth. Talk about Mike's spacesuit. This is V2, version 2, but they call it R2. His is different than the one Xena is wearing. As we split screen to catch the mission specialist doing their poses, looking up. Striking a pose.
They're choreographed. They get higher marks than Spanky and Xena.
You're listening to our posing judge, General Nick Hague, an astronaut here at NASA, and also a Brigadier General with the U.S. Space Force. In goes the commander, and now we await the pilot. But his suit is different as he pulls up the front of it. It is more configurable. You can adjust the sizing on it much better than you can the first version. This one has zippers that zip around the circumference of the individual rather than a long zipper that goes along the inseam. With that one that you suited up in, Nick, you get into it kind of like you would a onesie, but this one, you get into it the way we got into our clothes today. You're wearing a flight suit, I'm not, but get into your pants, put on your shirt, and then zip around. And just like your luggage, which has that zipper to expand it when you've bought too many, tourist stuff on your trip, you can unzip it to expand or zip it to shrink it, which gives them greater flexibility with these suits. They can fit them on more people and have to make fewer custom suits for the astronauts.
Yeah, suit fit can be a really finicky thing, and there's a lot of effort that has been spent with the first version of the suit, trying to make sure that every crew member gets a suit that fits. With this new one, there's a lot more adaptability and a little bit more forgiveness in the suit. It's one of those things that's really important. Normally, these suits are never pressurized except during leak checks, but in the event of an emergency, they may need to pressurize, and if they don't pressurize in the right shape, it can lead to injury of the crew member.
And here come our mission specialists right behind him, Oleg and Kimia. Flashing signs of Crew-11 with their 2 fingers extended upwards. They are ready to go. You know what I love about the view, you were talking about it earlier, that we can see out the windows there, is that with the exception of, the occasional launch pad and building and stuff, this is a pristine wildlife refuge that just goes on and on and on. So it's natural Florida the way it was before, you know, it became populated.
Yeah, and it's that that stark contrast of
Yes.
of nature and then this technology, like the most sophisticated thing that humanity can do, plopped right down in the middle of it, and that juxtaposition is just it's eye-catching.
Get comfortable, Mike.
You're going
As
to be
he
here a
shimmies
while.
around in his seat.
Well, you want to make sure those straps are tight. And so you can see the pad crew strapping them inside, but then also outside. Some of the things that you wear on the way to the launch pad are there to protect you from getting FOD in the suits or debris in the suits. So there's a cover that goes on the umbilical port on the leg. There's some covers that go on the bottoms of the boots. Once you get to the white room, you take all that stuff off because it's clean at that point, and you're ready to get inside. And then you'll see them strap inside, as well as here in a little bit start to hand them their personal gear, which is that satchel that they're going to put on their left thigh.
If you joined us recently, you're watching NASA and SpaceX's coverage of the launch of Crew-11 to the International Space Station. Our T0 set for 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. We are counting down, currently T-minus 2 hours and 47 minutes. We have the commander and the pilot seated in their positions. And we just saw the two mission specialists go into the capsule, and they are getting into their seats. NASA astronaut Nick Hague is here helping us document Crew-11's journey into orbit. In our split screen, we are inside and outside of the spacecraft. We're also taking your questions, so please send them in. Hashtag AskNASA. Nick has given us the goal of getting as many questions answered as we can, so let's fire up another one.
Only 2 so far. Let's
Let's
get out.
move.
There we go.
All right. Felivi asks, what's your favorite movie that revolves around space themes?
I love sci-fi movies. And so it's really hard for, I grew up on Star Trek and Star Wars and Doctor Who and all of that stuff. So I devour that stuff. So favorite space movie is probably the first one I watched, which was the original Star Wars.
Yep.
But you name it, I love it. They all get some aspect of space just so right, and they get other aspects wrong. and I can tend to look past the things that they get wrong.
Lightsabers aren't something you think that?
Not yet.
Not yet.
But sound in space won't ever be.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's the same for me. Star Wars. Not that I'm being asked, but I'm with you. That movie, when it came out, just
seems like there's so many movies these days that have space. There's so much space content in popular culture. You can sense the excitement around, the space program and our ambitions to go back to the moon and beyond.
No, you're absolutely right. Far more space movies come out today than they did when we were kids.
Yeah.
All right, Crew-11 now completely seated. This is their lineup from left to right. We have Oleg Platonov, Mike Fink, Commander Zena Cardman, and Kimia Yui. Let's do another question, because we've got them coming in, and thank you folks for sending them. Bennett asks, how do crew from different space agencies come together to train for a mission like this? And in this particular mission, you have the United States, of course, you have Japan, and you have Russia. So those are faraway places.
They are, but the world is small, and the way we train is we train together. And so part of the job of an astronaut is traveling to different training locations. On the International Space Station, you have different modules. You've got a U.S. laboratory, a European Space Agency laboratory, a Japanese laboratory. You've got the Russian segment and their laboratory. Each of those laboratory training facilities is in their respective countries, and so we travel to those locations in order to train. So you get to train with your crewmates, and you get to know them very well, but you also get to be trained by those training teams in those countries. And so a really special aspect of the space program is getting to know and appreciate the cultures and the people in Japan or in Europe or Russia or Canada or wherever you're training. You get to really meet and spend time with those training teams and understand that those people have dedicated their lives to the space program in such a profound way, and they're getting you ready to go do the impossible. All said, it's about 2 years of traveling around training specifically for the mission that you're assigned to. And so in that process, this crew has spent a lot of time together. They know each other to the point where you know what that person's thinking, you know what you're able to finish their sentences for them. You've really bonded together, and that's what makes a successful crew.
Especially in a moment where you need it, being able to move quickly and communicate effectively and efficiently, I'm sure is critically important.
Absolutely. You don't know what the future holds, and so you prepare, and those relationships, that bond, that ability to work together is what you're going to draw on when you need it most.
Great question. Let's do another one. We're rolling. Keep them coming, folks. Hashtag Ask NASA if you're wondering how to get it into us. We are on the platforms Facebook, Twitter, X, and YouTube. Robert asks, has your concept of quote-unquote home changed since being in orbit? What goes through your mind while looking down at Earth?
There are so many thoughts that go through your mind as you're gazing down on Earth from space. I touched on it a little bit earlier, just this sense that, when I wanted to see the continent of North America, I'd pull out a map, and the map always has lines and borders on it. I've had the opportunity to see the continent with my own eyes, and it didn't have any of those borders, and so you feel this sense of connectedness. And I think that does impact your sense of home. My first flights launched out of Kazakhstan, and they landed in Kazakhstan, and when I landed and got out of the capsule, it call home, call the family, and it's like I'm home. And I was on the other side of the globe from my home, but I was home.
That's interesting.
And so you definitely start to feel this sense of connectedness to the whole world, and not just the location where you're from.
Planet Earth is your home. After you've been in space and had your life supported by a machine, a very well-operated machine, for 7 months, you come back and touch ground. It's fascinating to hear you say that you landed in Russia and you were home.
Yep.
Because you were back on the planet.
Just back on the planet.
Yeah. Well, these 4 crew members are preparing, as we've been watching them get ready for launch. The in the immediate future, they're getting ready for hatch closure. So the closeout crew that you see there is getting those final touches in place, preparing the crew with everything they need before they leave the capsule, because after all, they are strapped in, won't be able to move around. So any final placement of items or support equipment that they need, they're taking care of that right now.
Yeah, there's lots of gear that you end up with on you once you're strapped in that you didn't have on you as you were heading out to the launch pad. Probably the easiest thing to see in the view is the satchel that's on their left thigh. You know, it's a knee board so that they have a place to write and take critical notes.
Dragon, ready for comm checks.
Copy, ready for comm checks. We are configured for umbilical comm checks. So seat 1, seat 2, seat 3, seat 4, comm check.
Seat 1, loud and clear.
2, loud and clear.
Seat 3, loud and clear.
Seat 4, loud and clear.
Core, all are loud and clear. Umbilical comm check is complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
So we're running ahead of schedule with that communication check with the core, which is the resource engineer that the crew operations resource engineer that communicates with all 4 crew members. And so they went through and we heard from each astronaut verify that they can communicate with the core. That's the first set of communication checks. We'll get another set, a much longer set later, as communication checks are established with the launch team at T-minus 2 hours and 19 minutes. We are running ahead of time because those comm checks normally happen at T-minus 2 hours and 30 minutes, but we're 7 minutes ahead. That's kind of understandable given this is the second time in 2 days that they've run through this procedure, so you can really tell they've got it down.
Yeah, no, practice makes perfect. There's also margin built in as well. And, you know, yesterday as we were leaving, we were a little bit delayed with the pad. And so they slowed their approach to the launch pad with the crew to accommodate that. And then SpaceX made up that time and we got back on track. And so that's important to note that as, you know, you still have 2.5 hours to launch. There are built-in margins that we create the opportunities to address any issues that pop up. So far, everything's been going great.
Yeah, so today they could just zip right out to the pad, and it felt like that's what they did. They got out there pretty quick.
If everything works great, you end up with long pauses and boredom.
A sign that everything is going well. You're bored.
No, but those comm checks, those were focused on making sure that those suits connect to the vehicle, and so that was focused on the crew. The next set's going to be really focused on the connections between the vehicle and the ground teams. They're saying their final goodbyes to the closeout team. The closeout team's doing its last checks. You can see they've got all their gear, their knee boards, the satchels, their you know, the personal gear that's inside there that they'll use once they're in free flight, like a headlamp, a flashlight when it gets dark. Everything's ready.
Throwing their hearts at the closeout crew as the closeout crew exits the spacecraft. And as they do that and begin to prepare that side hatch to seal into place, one last look. Our camera person getting a good view over the shoulders of the crew and into the capsule. That's a really special shot right there.
Copy, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
And so here they're going to rotate seats here shortly, put them into the launch configuration. The next time those seats will rotate down, per the plan, is just after re-entry, once you've come off peak G, getting ready for shoot deploy.
Dragon, SpaceX, initiating seat rotation.
Copy.
And there go the seats, articulating upwards, putting the crew in launch position. Get a view below their feet as well.
Yeah, you can see all the supplies.
Cargo, yeah.
You've got cargo on the right-hand side, some coolers, experiment lockers in the middle, and then you can see the left container on the left-hand side. That's your survival raft if you would need it. It'll deploy. We saw a video of that earlier.
Dragon SpaceX.
All right,
Seats are in the
out
launch position.
of the spacecraft we go. Great work by our camera person there, up on the launch tower.
Dragon, you have a go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
And a look at their signatures from yesterday.
Copies. Go for
When they
Section
signed
2.
it, I see Oleg's.
Yeah. It is unique.
As the astronauts are seated into their positions here inside Crew-11 and the spacecraft Endeavour, we want to revisit your missions, all three of them, Nick, that you participated in. And we have some photos to kind of take us through that. This is something that the astronauts think about all the time. All of you think about when you get ready to launch. You never know what's going to happen. And that was the case on this day in 2018 when you launched from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, so we were at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, launching on MS-10.
Dragon care complete. Ready for leak check.
Copy, Dragon. You have a go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Go Section 3, suit leak check.
Yet another check of the suits to make sure that they're working. They're important equipment. This picture is taken as we're getting ready to go up the launch tower to get on the elevator to ride to the top of the Soyuz rocket. And yeah, you know, our preparation is focused. 95% of our training is training for what to do when things go wrong, hoping that you're not going to ever need to use that training. Training for everything to go right is actually pretty boring training. And so this is an instance of, you know, you don't know what life is going to throw at you, and definitely on the first launch, we had a curveball. It was a beautiful day, not unlike today. You know, a fall day launching off the same launch pad that Yuri Gagarin launched off of, and 2 minutes into the flight, that's when staging occurs for the Soyuz, and for the Soyuz rocket, the little external boosters on the lower half of the rocket are empty at that point, and then they gently separate and then propel themselves away. But on that day, one of them failed to propel itself away. And when you're 30 miles up going 4,000 miles an hour, the slipstream of the wind is strong enough that it forced that empty tank to impale the center of the rocket, and it disintegrated. In that instant, because everything happens fast when you're going that fast, the launch escape system pulled us to safety. And so this is a still shot of that moment. You know, it was kind of a violent side-to-side shaking. The alarm is sounding. You can hear it. You can see the alarm flashing in front of you. There's a light that comes on the console that, you know, says rocket emergency, and then you spend a second or so trying to figure out exactly what happens as you're slowly tumbling, continuing to coast toward space because we were going so fast. And so we coast all the way up out of that debris field up to about 90 kilometers.
You made it to space.
Yeah, depending on who you ask.
Okay.
Though
was it 62 miles is the Kármán line? I don't know what the conversion is for the kilometers.
Yeah, so they use 100 kilometers is the international standard. The military uses 50 miles. That leaves this gray area, and as far as I'm concerned, I walked away alive, so that it didn't matter.
Amen.
And so that launch escape system automatically sensed that there was something wrong, and pulled us to safety, so we landed. The flight was 20 minutes. Pararescue forces were there to pull us out, and within 6 hours we were coming down at the airport, walking off the jet, able to embrace family. And you can see I'm giving Katie a hug, and
that's your wife.
That's my wife, and Alexei's there with his wife Svetlana. And our extended family is all there as well, and it's that sense of disappointment that it didn't work out, but also that sense of
Dragon, 4 good, we've checked.
Copy, Dragon. We see the same. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps and exit the capsule. You can proceed to section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch.
In section 4, and will so.
That's excellent news.
Yes.
Good suits. And, but at the end of the day, that's what it's about. Regardless of whether it's a successful abort or a successful mission, at the end of the day, it's about getting back to family.
And you did that day. The launch escape system worked as it was supposed to. And it brought you back to your family, along with your cosmonauts, who was your fellow crew member, to his family as well. And that's why you train the way you do, is for moments like that. And it underscores the importance of safety, because this is a risky endeavor.
It is. It is. And, the crew members take that risk. The families take that risk right there with them. That's why we train. That's we talked about the
SpaceX Dragon crew are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy, crew ready for side hatch closure.
We talked about that before. That international aspect training as a crew. During the abort, Alexei and I didn't have to communicate directly to each other.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Dietrich's comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
All right, we have a long series of comm checks that we'll listen into here.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD has you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
And I've got you the same. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1 with a comm check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground with a comm check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
All right, we're through those comm checks, which we got to be able to check the path through the ground, through the air, and they all sound good. back to what we were talking about as we continue now to your next mission, which is MS-12, and that is, this was just 5 months later, you went to fly again, and we should mention that part of that decision to fly again and jump right back in on a Soyuz rocket is just how successful the Soyuz program has been. You had no problem getting right back on that spacecraft and that rocket and launching into space, because that is a highly reliable spacecraft, has been for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we do, this whole idea of being launched into space is predicated on the trust and faith in the teams that are creating that reliability, into the engineering that goes into the system, into every little detail, and all the redundancies in the design, so that when there is something that occurs, you know, the backup's there. And so the launch escape system that rescued us on that day hadn't been used before, but it worked when it was needed. And that's so symbolic of the space program. There are so many things that are in place, and when they're called into action, they work because of the dedication from every person on this gigantic global team. And so you're ready to get back into it. And you know, so 5 months later, it's Alexei and I, plus Christina, who is getting ready to go up for a year-long mission, and we had a beautiful, pristine launch to the International Space Station. Nighttime launch this time, though. So, you know, when you get a twofer, it's nice to get a day launch and a nighttime launch. But you know, and there was so much buildup in terms of getting to the space station, but the real mission is on the space station. It's doing the science. It's the 200 plus days that follow the 6 hours getting there, that you're up there doing scientific research and keeping the laboratory running and upgrading its capabilities. That's why we launch. The launch is thrilling, and it's an exciting part of the mission, but it isn't the mission.
Well said, Dick. And you returned home from a successful mission aboard the International Space Station, and you can certainly tell that you were in space for a while.
Yeah, I mean, you guys picked a great photo of me with a grimace on my face. I mean, you couldn't find anything better. I actually had an amazing time up there.
Yeah.
But when you come back, gravity is painful.
Yeah.
And
the
adjustment back, you haven't had to lift anything for 7 months, and then you come back, and so the first few days of readaptation are challenging.
What are you saying there? Ooh, 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 don't, no.
Don't drop me, please. No, it's great, and like I said, you're home, and there's this huge sense of accomplishment and relief.
Well, they're removing the protective cover around the seal that leads into Dragon Endeavour. That's to prevent any FOD from getting on it, but they will now take pictures and document exactly how it looks before they seal it shut, put a nice bright light on it, and go around and do that inspection.
It's always amazing to me that how little FOD, this debris that can cause a leak in the seal, and the seal is just a piece of rubber that's going to press up against a piece of metal, and something like dust or a hair is enough to create a leak path that it's going to fail the leak check. And that's really important, because this hatch is going to stay closed for the next 6+ months and protect the capsule and the crew from the vacuum of space, from all the air inside the capsule leaking out into space.
You mentioned the 6-month baseline for Crew-11. That is currently the minimum amount of time they will spend on station. However, the commercial crew program is reviewing data along with SpaceX to certify Dragon for an 8-month stay. They're going to go ahead and let them launch. And then that certification is expected to happen sometime in October, and that will stretch their stay out to 8 months. And I've never heard of any astronaut saying, oh no, I get to stay longer.
Every day in space is a treat. It's a gift. It's just such a spectacular experience, and it doesn't get old. So at the end of 180 days, this last mission I did was 171 days. The one before it was 203. You're still sad to leave at the end. It's mixed emotions, but it's every day up there is a gift.
I got a little sad when you left yesterday.
Stuck in tight quarters with me for 6 hours.
Got so used to you after 6 hours of being here, saying all these wonderful things about space, and then I got in my truck and Nick's gone. Good thing we scrubbed, because I'll see him again tomorrow.
Well, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure and an honor listening to you tell these stories. And we have one last one. We want to talk about the most recent mission, of course, Crew-9. And this was, just last year. So you had a bit of a break.
It hasn't even been a year since I launched.
No,
yeah,
right. I mean, you're still pretty fresh from space, Nick.
Yeah, it's you can see Alex and I. It looks a little more spacious in there when there's only two people.
Sure does.
Yeah, but at the end of September, in July, the decision was made to switch to a two-person crew so that we could create open seats there for Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to come back with Alex and I. Their Starliner had some issues, and so they, NASA decided to bring it back uncrewed, and so Butch and Sonny, they made the decision to have them join our crew and rotational mission to go up there and do a 6-month full-length, long-duration mission. And so Alex and I launched, and priority 1, beautiful launch. Ours was kind of the exact opposite of what we had yesterday.
I know.
Where it was, the weather was trash all day long, except for the 30 minutes right before launch. And so we launched into this beautiful hole in the sky. And yesterday was just the exact opposite. The priority was, let's get to space and let's integrate Butch and Sonny into the Crew-9 crew. And so you can see us there in the capsule together. Butch is in the far field. Sonny's just off the camera in the near field. And from, day 2 on the station, we were Crew-9 there for our, 6 months of scientific research. And that is the mission, is to go up there and do that research and maintain the station and, continue to discover. And then we were able to, get everybody back home safe, which in the end, that's again what it's about. It's about getting back to the family and giving them a hug.
And that was such a high-profile mission, Nick. It was very much in the spotlight. Even, when I talk to people who know I work at NASA, they say, "Oh, what about those 2 astronauts that got stuck up at station?" It's like, that was stuck was the word. It just did not.
Stuck got stuck.
Yeah, right, it did. Stuck. But they transitioned. NASA made a decision, and immediately they became test flight, crew members into regular increment mission specialists. And they just made the pivot. They worked on station. They worked alongside you. They were a part of Crew-9.
Yeah.
And you brought them home on Dragon. And, it was really making the best of a situation, a decision that was made, to get full use of their time being, having expended the energy, the effort, the money to get them up on station. Yeah. Hey, let's put them to work.
Yeah, and yesterday and today, the
Dragon
theme.
SpaceX, the closeout team is taking final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for hatch closure, and then transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Dragon copies and Wilco.
last waves goodbye to the pad team, and
there they are.
Shut that hatch.
And the closeout crew closes the hatch to Dragon Endeavour, sealing the astronauts inside for their journey to the International Space Station. What you were saying?
Well, the theme is, if there's a theme, I think you hear it echoed in Zena's words that we've played today, and as in our discussion yesterday, you've heard the same thing in Mike and Kimia and Oleg's words. It's not, space exploration is not about individuals. It's about the mission. And this risky endeavor that we take part in, we don't do it because of the thrill, we do it because of the mission. And so the Crew-9 mission is just another mission in this long legacy of the 25 years of the space station operations, and making that happen, doing the scientific discovery and research up there. So yeah, we brought Butch and Sonny into Crew-9, and it's a testament, to their competency and professionalism. From day one, they were all in and able to operate as full-up crew members.
You worked alongside them every single day of that mission, that 7-month mission.
Absolutely. And they are amazing crewmates, and everything the ground threw at us, we were able to do. And that's also a huge testament to the teams that prep us to get ready to fly. I talked about the 95% of the time we're training for things that we don't expect to happen, but just in case. And they had done training just in case they got stretched. They had done spacewalk training, they had done robotics training, they had done the things that they needed to do just in case this thing we don't think is ever going to happen might happen. And that's what we do every day, is we prepare for that. And so that's we talk about a professional astronaut corps. That's what a professional astronaut corps prepares to do. But that demands that we have this team that helps us get there. And so those are the rock stars behind this whole story, is this team of trainers that had the foresight and the imagination to come up with the things that they think we might need, and they got them ready, and we were able to adapt and overcome the challenges that were thrown at us.
And you and your team adapted extremely well. It was a successful mission. We saw the last photo of you guys coming back down. And here you are today, co-hosting our launch broadcast to see Crew-11 into space. If you're just now joining us, you're watching live coverage from NASA and SpaceX of Crew-11's launch to the International Space Station. T0 is 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a little more than 2 hours before we lift off. Weather is 60% go. We're keeping a close eye on the winds and the convective activity we expect around that time, but the hope is that we'll have a nice spot to launch through into the sky and on into space. You mentioned all the work that you did when you were on Crew-9, and of course a lot of that focuses around research on the ISS. The International Space Station is one of the most extraordinary labs that has ever been built, and it's the final destination, of course, for Crew-11. Let's take a closer look now at the science happening up there in low Earth orbit, and how it's improving life for all of us down here on Earth.
The International Space Station isn't just a symbol. It's a powerhouse of cutting-edge science, constantly revealing secrets that defy Earth's limitations and drive us farther into the cosmos.
Our mission is research and science. We have experiments mounted on the outside of the station that are looking at Earth. We study our own bodies and how they react to space, to weightlessness, to radiation. And that helps not only us go on further in future missions, but also helps for medical research back home. And then we study lots of different things as well, like materials, combustion, all sorts of things that help us understand life back on Earth.
Yeah!
Microgravity doesn't play by the rules. It flips them upside down, transforming how liquids flow, how flames burn, and unraveling biological mysteries before our eyes.
I saw some heart tissues beating in space, and it was incredible.
Photon, we see that top one beating. Looks like happy heart cells.
But we're not just along for the ride. We're explorers, diving headfirst into the challenge and harnessing the power of this unparalleled platform, just as we have been for decades. We're on a relentless quest for answers, seeking to understand the intricate workings of the human body in space and ensuring future crews stay safe on their daring journeys beyond Earth's orbit.
The human aspect of human space exploration is always going to be very important for decades to come.
And when it comes to technology, we're not waiting around. We're discovering new ways to grow crops in harsh environments and engineering innovations to tackle Earth's greatest challenges.
We have amazing technology that allows us to recycle water and create water for us to drink. It's delicious.
Microgravity isn't just a curiosity. It's a game changer in the fight against diseases back on Earth, paving the way for breakthroughs that benefit us all and enabling new economic opportunities in space.
Welcome, Axiom 3 on board the International Space Station.
From our vantage point more than 200 miles above Earth, we are not just spectators. We're gaining unprecedented insights into the world we call home, and we're sharing our findings openly. We're not just achieving results today. We're sparking inspiration in future generations of explorers and embracing the power of global collaboration as we reach for the stars.
What was your favorite experiment on the International Space Station?
Toby, great question. My favorite experiment was the one that I got to eat. It was us growing Hatch chili peppers in our plant habitat.
Station Hub, so on 2, we have video in Node 1. Look at those chili peppers.
And as we soar through space at 17,500 miles per hour, each moment is a step closer to unlocking the mysteries of our Earth, our universe, and propelling our pioneering spirit even farther into space. So come along for the ride aboard the International Space Station.
The beauty of the International Space Station and all the science that's happening aboard.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Why are we there? It's science. It's science in the space environment and in the radiation environment. It's science in microgravity, where you can float without end, and you can't do that anywhere else.
Well, as you can see from this shot, looking skyward, up past the Falcon 9 rocket and Endeavour spacecraft, our astronauts are aboard. They are strapped in. They've had suit leak checks. They've had comm checks. And we're starting to get a few little clouds in the sky. That's expected. It's warm here in Florida on this first day of August. And it's also very humid, even more humid than it was yesterday. As you can see, the puffy cumulus clouds are accumulating a little earlier today. While we have this moment where we have a natural pause in the action, Let's take a look at our crew today and introduce you to the entire team. They are led by Crew-11 Commander, NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. She holds a Master of Science in Marine Sciences from UNC Chapel Hill. Cardman has experience with NASA research in the Canadian High Arctic and has supported real-time station operations and lunar surface exploration planning. She also likes rock climbing and powerlifting in her free time. And you trained with her for over a year.
Yeah, almost 18 months. She's a person of many talents. But most importantly, she's got an infectious personality. Her positivity and she's just a fun person to hang out with.
It does. It radiates from her.
It does. Yep.
You know?
Yep. And that's, you know, if you're going to be in a capsule for 15 hours or 20 hours or 40 hours, or you're going to be in a station in close proximity to somebody for 6 months or more, you want somebody that you enjoy hanging out with.
And I certainly enjoyed our time together when she co-hosted our launch broadcast for Crew-9, when we watched you, Nick, go up into space. Michael Fink is our pilot and funny man. Only, according to him, the only second funniest crew member aboard. He is a veteran of 3 space flights. Fink has completed 9 spacewalks, totaling 48 hours and 37 minutes of EVA time. He spent 382 days in space. Fink is a certified pilot for Boeing Starliner and SpaceX Crew Dragon, as well as a co-pilot, flight engineer on Soyuz, and a mission specialist on the Space Shuttle. Fink enjoys spending time with his family, traveling, geology, and learning new languages.
You know, equally, you know, somebody that's enjoyable to hang out with.
That's true.
It's, you know, you can say that about all of this crew. Just
Dragon
great
SpaceX,
people.
we had a good side hatch leak check.
Dragon copies. Good leak check. Great news.
That is great news.
That is. And so that means that the crew is sealed up inside, safe from the hostile environment of space once this Dragon spacecraft gets into
Dragon SpaceX, for awareness, we are commencing health check for a launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies. We'll monitor the flight computer state changes.
Now, this is an important milestone to check the health of the launch escape system.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're doing it well in advance of when, you know, we would turn on the launch escape system and activate it at about the T-minus 45 point before you start to add your propellant and your oxidizer to the rocket. You want to do that early, so if there is any issues you need to troubleshoot, you've got time to do it. So this is the early checkout of that system.
Let's introduce you to our mission specialist now. Kimiya Yui is the JAXA astronaut on board. He's Crew-11's mission specialist, and with 142 days in space, this will be Yui's second trip to the space station. Yui flew as a flight engineer for Expedition 4445 and became the first Japanese astronaut to capture JAXA's H-2 transfer vehicle. In November of 2016, Yui was assigned as chief of the JAXA astronaut group.
Yeah, when you think about his history, you know, capturing the H-2, the HTV, it'd be pretty spectacular if he could capture HTVX as it comes up.
Absolutely, and that's the plan. So if HTVX, which is Japan's newest vehicle, which is going to start docking with the space station, if it all works out, JAXA is really hoping that he'll be at the helm of the crew, or I'm sorry, the Canadian arm, which will grapple the spacecraft and bring it in to space station.
That'd be fabulous. You know, the international aspects of the space station can't be you can't overstate the importance of it. It's just the way we're able to collaborate and cooperate together, using the Canada arm to grab a JAXA vehicle.
Dragon
and
SpaceX 4
spectacular how we work together.
Both Dragon and Falcon 9 are healthy, and we are looking good for the count. The main watch item is going to be what we briefed you in the weather briefing earlier today, which is the probability of violation at 40% due to weather at the launch site. That is the same as the weather briefing, but we are going to keep an eye on that as the count progresses.
Copy. Healthy Dragon, healthy Falcon. Our watch item is weather, which, as briefed, is 40% chance of violation. We'll be monitoring. Crew will be ready to go.
And lastly, the Crew-11 mission specialist, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. This will be his first trip to the International Space Station. He graduated from the Krasnodar Higher Military Aviation School of Pilots with a degree in engineering and military rank of lieutenant. He is married with one child, and he is taking a toy from that child. Who the child is good
that
with
sounded
it.
terrible.
It doesn't. He has taken his children's toys, but he's taken it into space. If we
Here, I'm going to take your favorite toy away from you.
Is this your favorite? Okay.
No, and that's one of the cool things that we're allowed to do is take little mementos that we can take that remind us of our friends and family. And loved ones, and then we, at the end of the day, we get to bring that back to them, and then his child's going to be able to hold that dear the rest of their life.
It really has to be special. I have a young son, and I look at his toys with nostalgia. Right, I see him play with them. I see how much they mean to him, and then to add that additional sentimentality to it that's just cool. And, his kid will, I'm sure, see some video clip in some way of that toy floating around, right?
Yeah,
so
it makes it more tangible.
Right.
That, I held it in my hands, and now I see it in space. And somehow that draws your I did the same thing with my kids. It draws them closer to that experience. Yeah. So the vehicle's clean, everything is tracking well, and we're waiting on a weather update. I propose we focus on the 60% go as opposed to the 40% probability of violation. It seems more glass half full.
It does, doesn't it? And we that's what we put on our graphic. We put the go. Officially, it's given to us in a POV.
And I understand that. Statistics are the way they are for a reason.
That's right.
But
Nick is
positive thoughts today.
He is doing his best with the positivity here, and I appreciate it greatly. Okay, so we have a confirmed hatch closure. And so we'll start to see the closeout crew wrap up operations there in the White Room. And all of this is well ahead of schedule. So that's a good thing. They got plenty of margin if they need it.
Absolutely. Margin's a good thing to have.
How about some more social questions?
I love it. Let's do it.
Yeah, keep them coming, folks. You can do it with hashtag AskNASA through the various platforms, Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. Our next question. Abigail C3 asks, are there any space, quote, pioneers that have inspired Nick during his career or leading up to it? Did you have mentors at NASA? Well, let's take the first half of that question and talk about the pioneers.
Yeah, pioneers. You know, I read lots of biographies, autobiographies, as I was growing up of, you know, the Apollo generation, the early space program. I was fortunate enough on my first space flight, actually before that, after I'd been selected at NASA, every couple years we have a reunion where all the current astronauts, former astronauts gather together, and I got to meet Michael Collins, and he is somebody that I had always looked up to, and it just, if you read his book or you just read his history, for me he was the epitome of, we said it earlier today, it's not about the individual. You do the job that the mission requires you to do, and to be part of the crew that landed on the moon, that first landed on the moon, but be the only member that, hey, your job is so important, we need you to stay off of the moon to make sure that we can get them back home safely. And you do what it takes. And that's what we ask of everybody that joins the astronaut corps is we're going to need you to do what the mission requires. And that's an example that sticks in my mind. And during my first flight, he came to Mission Control, and I was able to actually do a downlink and chat with him.
Oh, wow.
So it was a full circle moment, and something I'll never forget.
Michael Collins, of course, was part of Apollo 11, which launched in 1969 and helped land the first man on the moon for the United States. But as you mentioned, he was called at times the loneliest man in the world, because it was his job to stay back in the capsule while Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin descended down to the surface of the moon and got the white hot attention of the entire world when they walked on the moon. And there was Michael Collins, steady, waiting for them to get back.
Taking care
by
of
himself.
The ship. Taking care of the ship, making sure that he was ready to receive them when they came back.
And then what about now, if you can share? Do you have any mentors?
Well, the astronaut office is such a close group. You get to interact with so many people. So, I can point to today's crew. So Spanky's been part of the office since I showed up. And
this is Mike Fink.
Yeah, and he has, been there as kind of this force helping shape the commercial crew program. And, just being able to watch that. And we have a similar background. I was a Air Force flight test engineer before I transferred over to the Space Force a few years ago. And he was an Air Force flight test engineer. And so we had a similar military background. And so there's lots of those touch points inside the astronaut corps. And so we work together to make each other better.
Such tremendous experience just within the astronaut corps. It's a great point, Nick. You've got highly experienced veterans who have flown on space shuttle, and you have the new generation of astronauts who are flying on the commercial vehicles.
Yeah.
So it spans the gamut.
It does. Well, Expedition 72. My U.S. crew members up there were Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and Don Pettit. So by comparison, I was the rookie. But I had, previously done 3 spacewalks and been up there 200-plus days.
Right.
I was still the rookie. So there's lots of experience inside the astronaut corps. And part of that is making sure that experience gets shared down. So it's exciting to watch Xena and Oleg launch on their first missions to start to accumulate some of that experience. It's a passing of the baton.
Really enjoying your insight and your experience as you talk about it, Nick. Astronaut Nick Hague. Here with us, commander of Crew-9, also flew on Soyuz. We are T-minus 1 hour and 49 minutes and counting until the liftoff of NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 mission. We have 2 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut inside of the Dragon Endeavour atop the Falcon 9 rocket from Launch Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Of course, they are headed to the International Space Station to help maintain the orbiting lab. Once on board the International Space Station, Crew-11, as you see there, will become members of Expedition 7374. They will conduct research to develop the production of nutrients in space, such as vitamins. They will also evaluate mass-producing human-induced pluripotent stem cells, or iPSCs, to develop cell-based therapies for diseases such as cancer, also as a possible alternative to antibiotics. Crew-11 will test phage therapy to treat bacterial infections. So Nick and I are standing by now as we are listening in to a weather brief. So please stand by. Again, we are standing by as we're listening to a weather brief from Launch Weather Officer James Tager to SpaceX's Launch Director. Please stand by. Okay. All right, so we have been listening to a weather brief. This was off air, by the way, but Nick and I listening to Launch Weather Officer James Tager give an update to Launch Director for SpaceX on the weather. This is something that they had set up a few hours ago to do one at the T-minus 2 hour mark. And so here we are, and we have the update. And basically what they said was it is a sit, watch, and wait situation. We do have increased moisture in the atmosphere. You can certainly see that in the picture in the lower right hand of your screen. Cumulus clouds, light ones building in the area. The question is when these sea breeze storms and clouds develop, they are going to develop inland, which that launch pad that you see right there is literally 500 feet from the beach. So it's all the way as close as you can get to the water, right there at the Atlantic Ocean. But you see two things here in the weather. You see some low, thin, puffy cumulus starting to, be created in the area, starting to develop. And then you see those high cirrus clouds. Those high clouds are drier in nature. You want to see those. They are moving over the area. They look at those as a sign of good things, potentially to kind of mitigate against the increase in moisture. But overall, when the launch weather officer was asked where he would put the current POV updated to the second right now, he left it at 40% probability of violation, which puts us at a 60% go. That has been the go forecast since we began our launch broadcast this morning. You see there in that shot a line of cumulus clouds, nice little clouds there. The scale, the angle of this kind of throws you off because it makes it look like it's out in front of it, but those clouds are more over towards the land side. So we will see what happens with our sea breeze. We're watching it closely. We're also watching the weather along the ascent corridor. Showers are moving through that area at this moment. We also need to have good conditions there. This is where the Dragon could potentially splash down. But what's good about the showers there?
The team is continuing to prepare for launch today and is being led by Flight Director Anthony Varia. Today we will be hopefully launching the 11th rotational crew mission to the International Space Station under the agency's Commercial Crew Program. Following Crew-11's arrival, the space station will have a total of 11 crew members representing 3 different agencies aboard for just a few days. Once on board, Crew-11 will go over handover procedures with the off-going Crew-10, including a safety briefing and orientation, and then the new crew will jump right in to help advance scientific knowledge and demonstrate new technologies. After a few days of handover activities, the members of Crew-10 will prepare for their undocking and return to Earth. Direct handovers between crews allow for continuity of the activities and helps to ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the International Space Station, which is about to celebrate 25 years of continuous human presence in November. Ahead of Crew-10's return, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi will turn over command of the International Space Station to Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Ryzhikov. The space station is currently in Expedition 73. And here is a look at that mission patch on your screen. In the fall, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kutsverchkin and Sergei Mikheyev will join the on-orbit crew. Shortly after the departure of the Soyuz MS-27 with NASA astronaut Johnny Kim coming home will mark the commencement of Expedition 74, which will be led by the new commander, NASA astronaut Mike Fink. All this, of course, coming up after today's launch. We will continue with the countdown, and with under 2 hours before launch, we'll send it back over to Kennedy.
All right, thank you, Sandra Jones. Back here at Kennedy Space Center, you're looking up at the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon Endeavour with Crew-11 inside the spacecraft at the very top. This is Launch Complex 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, a historic launch pad where launches to the moon have happened, as well as the long and very successful space shuttle program. We've documented the astronauts' path and crew members' path to the pad today, starting at T-minus 4 hours and 10 minutes. We saw them through suit up, all 4 crew members getting into their spacesuits. They checked them for leaks and then had them head out the door to their waiting vehicles. 3 Teslas parked outside astronaut crew quarters. They jumped inside and under security escort made a 20-minute drive across the Kennedy Space Center to this location that you see here, Launch Complex 39A. Once inside their spacecraft, they performed umbilical checks, they did communication checks, and they pressurized their suits a second time to make sure they are good to go for launch. The closeout crew sealed the door, the side hatch, which is used to enter the spacecraft as well as leave it. They sealed it up for the final time before going into space. And now we are marching to our next few milestones. We have some margin in the schedule now, so a little time for the astronauts to, as Nick was telling us yesterday, do some reflection, chat amongst themselves. And there was a phrase that you used as well yesterday, chair fly.
Yeah, aviation term.
Yeah.
To, sit there and visualize what you have to do and go through the motions mentally of everything that's going to come down the road. And so chair flying the launch sequence and everything that you're going to have to do. Thinking about all the different radio calls, all the different cues that you need to be able to see. That's chair flying.
Well, let's chair fly ourselves right to the International Space Station now with some video. We are commemorating a very significant anniversary coming up on November 2nd, 25 years of continuous human presence aboard the orbiting laboratory.
And liftoff. International Space Station is underway.
We are in the golden age of the space station right now in terms of the return on investment and what we're able to do there.
One of the great legacies of the space station is not just going to be science, but very importantly, the international cooperation. This is perhaps most prominent, international cooperation for exploration.
Yeah, what a view. 25 years. When I first joined the astronaut corps, I'd go to elementary schools and say, everybody in this room doesn't know life without someone living off of the planet Earth. Now I can do that at colleges. It's just impressive, the legacy of scientific research and international cooperation that the station program has built over the last 2.5 decades. It's a treat to be part of that, and everybody that's part of human spaceflight, that big team I keep referring to, that 100,000 people across the globe, everybody should be so proud of being part of that.
One of the first things Crew-11 did as a team was design their mission patch. You, of course, participated in the design of yours. This is Crew-11's patch. Its colors celebrate the 3 nations they represent and the 3 stars you see in there. They honor their space agencies working together, NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos. 2 sunbeams form the number 11 that you see shaded in the background, shining on a tiny blue dot, our home on Earth. A dragon looks on, a nod to both the spacecraft and the spirit of exploration. while a red flame wraps around it, all symbolizing the full journey: launch, life in space, and a safe return home. And if you look closely, you can see a tribute to their children in the stars, a reminder that missions like this inspire the next generation.
Yeah, it's designing your patch is one of those first crew bonding experiences. You put your ideas out there, but it's fun to see the final product because it really expresses the personality of the crew. And Xena hand drew the dragon, so
did she?
She's an artist.
We're going to talk more about her artistic talent later in the show when we get closer to liftoff. Look forward to doing that around T-minus 13 minutes. Right now, we want to talk about the flight kits. Nick, each crew member gets to bring personal stuff aboard the ISS. You don't get to bring a lot, and you, in fact, have a designated volume, right?
Yeah, so, a small bag, getting things to and from space is expensive, but it is important because you are going to be living on the space station. And so being able to bring some personal effects that help connect you and ground you to your friends and family and loved ones that are on the ground. So here's a small bag. You get to put a few things in it. Can't be too heavy, can't be too big. And everybody brings up unique things.
And certainly that's what Commander Xena Cardman did. And you had a hand in helping get her her flight kit stowed away and put into place. She told us that she's bringing, of course, photographs of family and friends, photographs carrying that have her team members in it. She's carrying some for them that she's going to then return to them. Training team, instructors, flight controllers, the people who keep the crew safe while they fly. And so she has those, but in addition, she also has cards that her late father wrote her that have been up there since Crew 9 went up, since you went up.
Yeah, so the things that we get to take up often don't ride up with us in the Crew Dragon. They come up on a cargo vehicle, and so our Crew 9 effects went up before the crew change happened. And so some of her personal items have been up there since over a year ago. And so part of it was when we got up there, making sure that we were able to set her things aside, to set Stephanie Wilson's things aside, and so that when they get to the station, they're going to be able to find them.
Michael Fink is bringing something that is very familiar to him on missions that he's gone on in the past. He's taking his wife's gamusa from her side of the family. It's a type of silk scarf from her home state of Assam. It carries with it the blessings for his trip to the ISS from her side of the family. He took one on all 3 of his previous missions. The one that he did aboard the space shuttle, as well as his 2 Soyuz missions. He's been married for 25 and a half years, and so something that's very personal and very important to him. Kimia is bringing a lot of pictures of family and friends, and he's going to give some of them back to those friends. And we mentioned Oleg earlier, taking pictures, and also a couple of toys.
He's borrowing.
He's borrowing.
He's borrowing.
That's a good way to put it. With very much an intent on returning them with some additional status. A space-flown toy.
Yeah, the space-flown. There's something about I think this desire to bring photographs, to bring things to space and then bring them back to your friends and family, it's really the desire is to bring them to space with you. And the best I can do is bring a little bit of space back to you. But yeah, if I could bring everybody, I mean, that's the ultimate goal, is to like go from 700 people that have been in space to 700,000 people that have been in space to, the sky's the limit.
Yeah.
The more people we can get in space, appreciating and experiencing just that life-changing perspective, the better off the planet's going to be. And these are small gestures we do for our families to share that with them, but then also to let them know how important they are to actually putting us in those seats on that rocket, because you don't get there on your own. It takes a team to get you there. It takes the family, the love, and the support to get you there.
In addition to the flight kits, of course, Crew-11 taking science up as well. And some of the experiments they'll be working on include, how do you grow vitamins in space? Or even use viruses to fight bacteria on a spacecraft. For the past year and a half, Crew-11 has been training to support cutting-edge research like this aboard the International Space Station. First up is Bionutrients 3. This study is looking at how to make essential vitamins and nutrients in space so astronauts can stay healthy on long missions. They'll be testing samples like yogurt, kefir, and a yeast-based drink to see how well they work in microgravity. Next is Stem Cell X IP1, which uses space to grow stem cells. These cells can turn into any type of cell in the body and could one day help treat diseases like cancer. Growing them in microgravity may produce more cells and better ones, higher quality stem cells that we can then use on Earth. And then there's Genes in Space 12. It's testing phage therapy, which uses viruses that target and kill bacteria. It could be a powerful alternative to antibiotics, especially in space, where infections can become harder to treat. Some pretty interesting research happening on station, Dick, and stem cells, of course, that research has been around for a little bit, and even you got to work on stem cells in space in your time on the ISS.
Yeah, and the comparison between my first mission and my second mission, just the complexity of the experiments that we've been able to start to do up there it's just exploded. And so we're really starting to see return on the investment on maximizing the output of our facilities up there. But those three experiments that you highlighted they're pretty cool because they highlight different aspects. The stem cells, Genes in Space 12, it's the 12th iteration, so we've been doing this a long time. Yeah. Stem cells, it's getting really complex. Then you're talking about nutrients in space, and that's how we're leveraging the space station research to be able to inform us on how we're going to do deep space exploration. Because we need to learn some of those answers here close to home, where you're a few hours away from the surface and we can iterate quickly versus taking it months or years away from the Earth, and you can't iterate as fast and learn as fast. So the space station, I was impressed with a lot of the things that I was doing this last time around were all focused on how are we reducing risk and learning more that's going to help us get back to the surface of the moon and onto Mars.
That's the focus now, and where so much research, the human research as well aspect of it. How can we help astronauts survive the hostility of space in deep space, going out to Mars, going to the moon? So much has been focused on that recently, and it's important because there's a lot of technology that we have yet to develop to help make sure astronauts are going to be safe on that journey.
Yeah, and you see this budding start of that understanding and helping really propel us deeper into space. But then you also see that level of complexity build up on the research that we're getting to be able to leverage like the stem cells here on the ground to make life better for everyone on Earth. And that's the goal of exploration at its biggest, is going and discovering and learning so that we can make things better back here on planet Earth.
Minus 1 hour and 21 minutes and counting until liftoff of NASA and SpaceX's Crew-11 to the International Space Station. You're looking at a live view of Launch Complex 39A. That's Dragon Endeavour, the flight leader in the SpaceX fleet of vehicles. Today would be its 6th flight. Dragon Endeavour has flown 5 previous flights. Since its first flight in 2020 for Demo 2, SpaceX's Endeavour Dragon has been a workhorse for NASA's Commercial Crew program, flying mission after mission. It has safely carried astronauts to the International Space Station 5 times. Demo 2, Crew 2, Axiom Mission 1, Crew 6, and Crew 8. In all, Endeavour has flown 9 astronauts, 3 space tourists, 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, 1 retired NASA astronaut, and 1 ESA astronaut, and an Arab astronaut to and from the International Space Station. And Crew-11 marks Endeavour's 6th mission to the ISS. And there's been some fun that's been had along the way as well. That Endeavour has seen some fun crews.
The bar is high. Choreographed dancing is that's a special skill.
Those were your friends from Crew 1 that we saw with the sweet moves. Some things we're looking forward to, of course, further down the countdown is launch escape system arm, the retraction of the crew access arm, getting closer to less than an hour from now. So we're gearing up for that. Also, the big one, T-minus 35 minutes, we'll begin tanking this rocket with propellants in order to make this flight to space.
Yeah, everything builds up to that. Well, everything builds up to liftoff, right?
That's right.
But if you're going to go anywhere, you need gas. And before we load it with gas, we got to arm the launch escape system. So all of that starts to really pick up around T-minus 45. And, you know, right now you're still in that, you're in the seat, you're waiting, you're reflecting. As you start to arm the launch escape system, that's the mental shift to now it's time to be ready to go. We have time for another social question?
We do indeed. Let's take one. Christy asks, how do they drink enough water on the space station?
This is a great question.
Oh, this is great.
You can go so many directions with this.
Why don't you go into all of them?
So water is really heavy, surprisingly. And heavy things are expensive to launch into space. And we'd need to launch way too many rockets if we didn't learn how to recycle our water. And so at its simplest form, what we're trying to do on the space station is mimic the things that happen on the ground. The Earth naturally recycles its water. On the space station, we have to create these really complex machines in order to take dirty water and distill it and purify it into drinking water. And we're able to do that with about 96 to 98% of our water up there. So we only have to launch a little bit of water each time in order to replace what we've consumed. So how do we recycle? What do we recycle? Well, we have to work out every day up there for 2.5 hours. And while you're riding the bike or running on the treadmill or lifting weights, you're sweating. And that sweat has to go somewhere. It evaporates off your skin, and the air conditioners inside of the space station collect that sweat, that humidity, and then they move that into the water purification system, and it turns it into clean drinking water. That's one source. Another big source is urine. And so as we go to the restroom up there, we collect that urine and put it into a urine purification system. And that turns it into dirty water. It's actually clean, but it turns it into dirty water that we put into the water purification system. And we use that. And so what was today's coffee is tomorrow's coffee, is the day after that's coffee.
Well, you're looking live. Thank you so much for that. That was a great explanation, albeit a little bit gross. You're looking at a live view of Crew-11 at Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Stay right here because in just a few moments, we will be expanding our live launch coverage. Good morning and welcome back. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 11th rotational flight to the International Space Station. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, joined once again by NASA astronaut Nick Hague. After yesterday's weather scrub, we're back on track for a second attempt. Liftoff now set for 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center. And before we continue, a quick reminder about Nick's incredible experience in space. General Nick Hague was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2013. His first flight to space station ended in 2018 with a launch abort following a rocket booster failure on Soyuz MS-10, a dramatic escape that he and his Roscosmos crewmate survived safely. He then returned to space successfully on Soyuz MS-12, spending 203 days on the ISS. Then last fall, he commanded NASA's SpaceX Crew-9 mission, launching with cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. In total, Nick has logged 373 days in space and completed 4 spacewalks. So glad you're here with us, and you've documented everything starting at T-minus 4 hours and 10 minutes early this morning, and we've been rocking and rolling ever since.
No, it's been great to be here. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Supporting your friend and colleague, Zena Cardman, as well as the rest of the crew members on their mission today. Crew-11 is launching from Pad 39A. We're just over an hour away.
About the same as previously, 40% chance of
Once
violation.
they
And
launch,
copy all, we are all tracking for
they'll
MS2,
arrive at station
and,
and join Expedition 7374.
Prior to
And in just 3 days, Crew 10 will return home. A quick 2+2 crew handover. Yeah, so we had an update there about the weather. We had been monitoring that situation. The POV, which is probability of violation, still stands at 40%. That was the update they were giving. We are go, as Nick likes to say, 60% go for launch. Let's take you through Crew-11's launch day preparations so far this morning. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, the crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. SpaceX teams helped them into their custom pressure suits, and just like other crews before them and yesterday, they gathered around a table for a card game to burn off any lingering bad luck before launch. After that, they followed in the footsteps of every NASA astronaut since Apollo 7 in 1968 by walking out to greet a crowd of family, friends, and supporters. Then it was into their Teslas for a security escorted ride out to Launch Pad 39A. It took about 20 minutes to get out there. Of course, a journey filled with excitement and anticipation for a second attempt. They got a look at their rocket, stared up at it, and then walked across the crew access arm and into their spacecraft. And we've been monitoring them ever since. We're watching them live now, strapped into Dragon Endeavour as they await the next big milestones, fueling of the rocket and the arming of the launch escape system. These are big moments, and we'll talk the audience through them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right now they're waiting a little bit, but the excitement's going to start to pick up here when we arm the launch escape system and then put on the 1 million pounds of propellant that's going to go onto this rocket that we're going to turn into flame and push these guys into space.
And if all goes well, that'll happen according to plan at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, throughout the broadcast, we've been taking your questions from social media. We want to keep them coming. Just send them in on the hashtag AskNASA on Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. And if you're watching NASA's YouTube channel right now, you can refresh your player or browser to join our chat. Okay, at this time, we're going to expand our coverage as we did yesterday to include our partners at SpaceX. So let's welcome back our commentators joining us live again from Hawthorne, California. Welcome back, guys. We're going to give it another go.
Thanks, Daryl. It's great to hear and see you guys once again. And like you mentioned before, keeping an eye on the weather is going to be the name of the game today. I'm Joseph Zakshesky with NASA Communications.
And I'm Somi Srivastava, a certification engineer here at SpaceX.
We're once again excited to be...
Dragon, foot restraint checks complete.
And you just heard the call down from the crew.
Copies. Thank you.
As they continue to march forward towards those milestones, their restraint checks, they're strapped in and ready to go. And we're once again excited to be joining you from Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California, as we count down to liftoff of Crew-11, just a little more than an hour from now. And as you heard Daryl and Nick talk about during yesterday's launch attempt, the weather played the key factor and caused the scrub. They walked right up to the T-minus 1 minute and 7 second mark. So today we continue to keep our eye on the skies and monitor the weather as the clock continues to roll backwards towards liftoff. Crew-11 is our 11th mission with SpaceX, operationally flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, and the 12th as a part of NASA's Commercial Crew program with SpaceX. Crew-11 has 2 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut and a veteran Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, astronaut making their return to microgravity. The multinational crew also represents 3 different space agencies, Soumya: NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos.
And today's crew will fly aboard Dragon Endeavour, which was the first operational Dragon to carry crew on board during SpaceX and NASA's Demo 2 mission in 2020 with astronauts Bob and Doug. Endeavour has been pretty busy since then, having flown NASA's Crew 2 mission, Axiom 1, and NASA's Crew 6 and Crew 8 missions. This will be the first Dragon that gets to fly 6 times. Overall for the Dragon fleet, this will be Dragon's 49th visit to the space station and its 19th human spaceflight mission overall, and the 5th Dragon flight just this year. And notably, today's return of the Falcon 9 first stage will be the last landing at Landing Zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Now, over these last 3+ hours, Crew-11 has been going through the detailed process of getting ready for their mission, similar to what they went through yesterday on the first launch attempt and their ultimate destination, the International Space Station. So let's introduce you to the crew. In the commander's seat, as you get a live look inside the capsule, is astronaut Zena Cardman, conducting her first space flight. She holds a Master of Science in Marine Sciences from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and has experience with NASA research in the Canadian High Arctic, and she has also supported real-time station operations and lunar surface exploration planning. And sitting right next to Cardman is pilot Mike Fink of NASA, a veteran of 3 space flights. He has spent 382 days in space, including 9 spacewalks for an impressive 48 hours and 37 minutes in total spent outside of the orbiting laboratory. Fink is a certified pilot for Boeing Starliner, a part of the Commercial Crew program, and SpaceX's Dragon, and the co-pilot flight engineer on Soyuz, plus a mission specialist on the Space Shuttle, STS-134, the last mission for Shuttle Endeavour, so only fitting that he flies on an Endeavour here today.
And serving as mission specialist is Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA astronaut Kimiya Yui. This will be Yui's 2nd trip to the space station. He was selected as an astronaut by JAXA back in 2009 and has logged 142 days in space. And to round it all out, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov is also serving as a mission specialist and was selected as a cosmonaut in 2018 and will be making his first space flight today.
Now, once Crew-11 is on board the International Space Station, they will briefly become members of Expedition 73. And then they will join Expedition 74 in the fall, and that'll be following the departure of Soyuz MS-27, that spacecraft that'll carry NASA astronaut Johnny Kim in his return back to Earth. While on board, Crew-11 will conduct space station maintenance and scientific research to understand plant cell division, finding alternatives to antibiotics and microgravity, investigate producing essential nutrients on demand for long-duration missions, and study how spaceflight affects human physiology and psychology. And looking forward to hear more about that incredible research being done on this mission and how it will help prepare NASA and astronauts for their return to the moon and then on to Mars. The crew will also engage with students worldwide via the ham radio and use its existing hardware with newly integrated software to test backup lunar navigation solutions. Now, as we continue to monitor today's countdown, we're approaching that 1 hour mark, 1 hour and 3 minutes to go. So let's get an update on all things that involve the Falcon 9, the spacecraft, the crew, and more as we welcome in another member of our broadcast team, in Ronnie.
Thanks so much, Joseph, and good morning, everyone. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a senior sales manager here at SpaceX, and I'm very excited to be joining you again today from right outside of Mission Control in Hawthorne. It continues to be a smooth countdown this morning, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Complex 39A in Florida, as long as our weather continues to cooperate. Now, coming up here at about T-minus 45 minutes, we're going to be listening in for our team to report their readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. Here on the ground, teams will be staffed around the clock in mission control to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire flight, from liftoff to Crew-11's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when those astronauts return home. On console or on headset in mission control, which you've got that great live shot of on your screen right now, we've got 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you're going to hear today talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resources engineer, who we'll refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. There's a good shot of him there in the lower right-hand corner of your screen as well. And of course, those 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with the ground support teams. Then apart from our mission control here, the Falcon 9 team is currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida, not too far away from LC-39A, which we're looking at now. So with less than, or just more than an hour until launch, we are all settling in here across the country for final checkouts, propellant loading, and ultimately launch. Joseph?
Thank you, Ronnie. And just like yourself and everybody here in SpaceX and across the country, looking forward to this launch as we continue to have that countdown roll back. And just like the teams here in Hawthorne, California, NASA has its own team members at NASA's Mission Control Center and the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, where our other teammate for today's broadcast, Sandra Jones, we'll hear from her in just a few moments. That's where she's located, and that team has been busy preparing the International Space Station for Dragon's arrival. Now, the teams on the ground in Mission Control are giving their goes for launch to make sure that the station is ready to receive Dragon Endeavour and the new crew on board. Following liftoff to the flight to the space station will be a little bit shorter than what yesterday's launch attempt would have been. It was 39 hours then. Now,
cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copies.
And more great communication there between the teams on the ground to the crew as we continue to march towards that liftoff time, as we are now zeroing in on 60 minutes away. Well, speaking of time, I was saying that yesterday's launch attempt would have had Crew-11 go for about 39 hours of phasing between launch and docking to the International Space Station. Now with today's launch attempt, that'll take about 16 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. Now, docking is targeted for early Saturday morning, August 2nd, and that'll be 3 a.m. Eastern time, or midnight here on the West Coast. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if so needed.
We're now just under T-minus 1 hour and counting.
SpaceX, your go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
We're continuing to hear great comms.
Dragon copies, go for Section 5 and Wilco.
Great comms between mission control and the crew. So we are now at T-minus 59 minutes and counting down to today's launch. While we wait, let's check in with NASA's Sandra Jones at the Johnson Space Center to see how things are shaping up at Mission Control in Houston. Sandra.
Welcome back to Mission Control Houston here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are here in the hub of human spaceflight at NASA. The team here has pulled go for launch, and the International Space Station is ready for the crew to lift off as they begin their journey to the orbiting laboratory. At the time of launch, the International Space Station will be traveling 260 miles over the North Atlantic just south of Nova Scotia. In the home stretch of the rendezvous, NASA and SpaceX flight controllers will enter into what we call integrated operations, where both flight control teams will conduct a series of go, no-go polls for Dragon Endeavour's docking to the International Space Station. Rotational missions like Crew-11 help NASA continue to maximize the important research and technology demonstrations made possible only in the International Space Station.
SpaceX, Dragon, go for launch.
SpaceX copies. Dragon crew is go for launch.
And you heard it there from the commander of the Dragon Endeavour. They are go for launch. We are continuing to march towards a launch in 58 minutes from today. Their destination, of course, you see there on your screen, the International Space Station, with a unique microgravity environment, critical for NASA to prepare for future commercial low Earth orbit destinations and to understand and overcome the challenges of long-duration spaceflight necessary for a long-term presence on the Moon and crewed missions deeper into the solar system, including onto Mars. Now here's a closer look at the mission and what Crew-11 will have to look forward to during their stay aboard the International Space Station.
International Space Station, one of humanity's greatest accomplishments so far. 15 countries working together and adding more all the time that have helped plan, build, and fly the International Space Station. And it just shows what human beings can do when we work together.
As Crew-11, we are about to launch on board a Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station.
We are actually continuing ISS mission almost a quarter centuries. Right now, Crew-10 crew members are working very hard on the ISS. So we got that result, and actually we do more researches, then pass that information to Crew-12.
Конечно, исследования на Международной космической станции, как я считаю, они очень важны, и они являются ключевым звеном в развитии технологии, науки и всей цивилизации. И все самое лучшее из космоса всегда приходит рано или поздно на Землю в виде новых открытий, новых приборов, возможностей и технологий.
I'm very excited to see what kind of payloads we get to work with. It's a really interesting day-to-day life where 1 hour you might be fixing the toilet and then the next hour you're working on a physics experiment studying fundamental processes of our universe.
We're going to be up there for a lot of time. And we're going to, every day, be in space, look at the Earth go by, and accomplish some really amazing science. We will do material science and human research in space, lots of experiments, and then maybe do some spacewalks. It's a really fun crew to be on. We're going to enjoy every moment, and we're going to help each other to be successful and accomplish our mission.
So we have various kinds of difficult training together. For example, emergency training in Building 9 or emergency training in SpaceX. This kind of training actually made our bond stronger.
Наш экипаж Crew-11 — это экипаж, который состоит из высокопрофессионально подготовленных людей. И мне нравится этот экипаж.
In some ways, my only expectation for the mission is to fly and return home safely and still friends when we get back. There are so many things to play around with, to study, to explore, and I'm really open to every possibility, ways to engage with the International Space Station.
We all came from other crews. Kimiya, Yui, San, and I both came from Starliner 1. Oleg was on a Soyuz mission before this, and Zena, of course, was on Crew 9. But we all came together with our previous experience, melded into a really fun team. We're ready to go fly to our International Space Station.
We are back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, joined by astronaut Nick Hague. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA Communications, and we are watching this countdown proceed, the second day. We were scrubbed by weather yesterday. We heard about that earlier, got down to 1 minute and 7 seconds. What's interesting about this to me, Nick, is although the launch is delayed, oddly enough, their arrival to the International Space Station has not been delayed, not even a second. They are still going to be arriving on Saturday at 3 a.m., but they're just going to go quicker.
Yeah, orbital dynamics can do strange things like that. Sometimes you need to speed up to slow down and vice versa. And in this case, we can launch at a different time, use some orbital dynamics to our advantage, and arrive to the station at the exact same time. What it means for the crew is I'm going to be in that capsule for 16 hours instead of 40 hours, which, it's a tight space. It's not the tightest of spaces, but it'll be nice to get to the station a little bit faster and be able to spread your wings out coming through the hatch.
A small benefit to a launch delay, having a little shorter.
If there is a silver lining somewhere in there, this is it.
This is it. All right. Well, let's take a social question. We've been asking throughout the broadcast for our audience to send us questions, and Nick, you've been doing a great job answering them. Had a lot of kids asking questions as well. Our next question comes from Jeff, who asks, what was the most interesting thing you saw outside the window when on board the ISS? I've heard you describe it now for 2 launch attempts. I thought it was fascinating that you were able to see the entire coast to coast of America, from West Coast to East Coast, and I just wondered what that was like. But what was the singular most interesting thing you saw?
So this last time, it was the difference between looking out the cupola 6 years ago and looking out the cupola now. it was nighttime where, you know, the sun's getting ready to rise. You can see stars all over the place. And I start to see these streaks of, you know, light, little, and it's like fireflies on the horizon. And what it was other satellites. So in the 6 years, there's been so many satellites added to space that now it's easy to see the sun reflect off those satellites as you're coming up over sunrise, and you start to get this sense of just how congested space really is, and how important it is to keep track of all that stuff.
Absolutely.
And so that is it's critical, and there's a connection there, you know, with the Space Force. We're right here co-located to launch into space, and we rely on each other, but then also to keep the station safe. The Space Force is doing its job as well.
Absolutely, the 45th Space Wing, tracking all of the assets in space. Well, we love hearing from you, so keep those questions coming. Just hit us up on Facebook, X, YouTube, or Twitch with the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll get to yours live. T-minus 51 minutes and counting now till liftoff, so let's head out to NASA's Tony Jaramillo, who is standing by live at one of the best viewing spots here at Kennedy. She's joined by NASA's Acting Associate Administrator, Vanessa Weich. Tony.
Hey, thanks, Daryl. That's right. We are out here once again in an amazing viewing location where we can see the rocket at the launch pad. Off to my left here, and joining me is Vanessa Weich. Vanessa, you know, we saw you at crew walkout yesterday and also out there today. Did you have a chance to speak with the crew before they headed out to the launch pad? You know, anything that you told them?
Well, you know, yesterday I had the opportunity to kind of say, you know, hey, we're very excited. We wanted to tell them they were all here. We're cheering for them and excited about their launch. And so that was very exciting on yesterday. And then today we got up and we did it again. And we told them, yes, that we're very excited for them, each and every one of them, and just wish them well. I did have the opportunity to speak with them, let's see, 2 days ago. And to speak with them more in a setting where we could talk and talk about the mission that was coming up. Each and every one of them are excited about their mission in different ways, the experiments that they'll have to do, and they're excited about getting to the International Space Station, what they'll do at the International Space Station, the science experiments, the technology, and looking forward to them. They'll be the crew that will be on orbit as we celebrate 25 years of having continuous presence off of the Earth. And so that'll be great. And then they'll also probably be there when we start our celebrations here in the United States of our 250th birthday of the United States. So a very exciting time for this particular crew.
Absolutely. We are all very excited for them to go to station, hoping that that happens today. You know, Crew-11 will mark the 12th human space flight for SpaceX under NASA's Commercial Crew program. Can you tell us a little bit more about the significance of maintaining that human presence in space?
Yeah, so you know, we're really great partners that we have with SpaceX, and them being able to get our crew members to the International Space Station. And right now, today, you know, we're working together off the planet, building towards what we're going to be doing, furthering our LEO economy. So as we continue on doing our experiments on the International Space Station, we're also looking at follow-on space stations. And so working together as internationals, as our industry partners on those further new commercial space stations.
Всем привет, с вами снова Space, и вы попали на прямую трансляцию второй попытки запуска пилотируемого космического корабля Dragon C206 Endeavour, миссии Crew-11 на ракете Falcon 9 на Международную космическую станцию. Я извиняюсь за то, что... Ну, хоть и стрим я все-таки начал за 3,5 часа до запуска, но пришел только сейчас, потому что... Я пипец как хотел спать, хоть и сейчас день, но вот такой у меня график, так вот уж приходится мне жить. Да. Перевод, как всегда, на Яндекс не работает, я не знаю, что с ним. Не знаю, попробую на следующий раз разобраться. Не знаю, может что-то другое поищу, потому что это капец какой-то.
Launches and over 449 reflights.
Итак, SpaceX и NASA планируют запустить 11-ю пилотируемую космическую миссию Dragon Crew-11 к Международной космической станции 1 августа с помощью ракеты Falcon 9 со стартовой площадки центре в Космическом центре имени Кеннеди во Флориде. Запуск запланирован на 15:43 по UTC, то есть через 47 минут 20 секунд. Изначально запуск был запланирован на 16:09 по UTC вчера, 31 июня, но был отменен за минуту до запуска из-за плохой погоды, хотя изначально там пока, нам говорили то, что погода 90% go for launch, а в итоге вот как. Сегодня у нас погода всего лишь 60% go for launch. И, блин, если сегодня еще будет один перенос, то это пипец будет. Космический корабль Crew-11 C206.6, поддерживающий эту миссию, ранее осуществлял миссии Demo-2, Crew-2, Axiom-1, Crew-6 и Crew-8 на космическую станцию обратно. То есть этому кораблю он летает уже более 5 лет, и он именно совершил первый пилотируемый полет из всех кораблей Crew-Dragon. После рождения ступеней, первая ступень Falcon 9 B1094.3 приземлится на посадочную площадку Z1 на станции космических сил на мысе Канавера. Во время работы на орбитальной лаборатории экипаж проведет новые исследования, чтобы подготовить человечество к исследованию за пределами низкой околоземной орбиты и принести пользу человечеству на Земле. Экипаж миссии, командир Зена Картман от НАСА, пилот Эдвард М. Фанкел от НАСА, первый специалист миссии Юи Кимуа от JAXA и второй специалист миссии Олег Платонов из Роскосмоса. Это также будет финальная посадка ускорителя в посадочной зоне 1. За свою десятилетнюю историю Лендинг Зон 1 обеспечил выполнение множества исторических миссий, включая первую успешную посадку ракеты-носителя орбитального класса компании SpaceX в 2015 году. Итак, следующий этап, что у нас будет, по крайней мере, из всех, что я наизусть знаю, это, и тот, что действительно можно увидеть, это на 42 минутах до запуска у нас будет отвод рукава башни обслуживания, по которому экипаж, собственно, и попадал в корабль. Ну, вот этого вот рукава. А теперь нужно рассказать вам, что вообще из себя представляет корабль Crew-Dragon и ракета Falcon 9. Хоть вчера я это в подробностях рассказывал на начале своей прямой трансляции, но пройдемся еще раз. Dragon 2 это класс частично многоразовых космических аппаратов, разработанных, изготовленных и эксплуатируемых американской космической компанией SpaceX для полетов к Международной космической станции и частых космических миссий. Космический аппарат, состоящий из многоразовой космической капсулы, одноразового грузового отсека, имеет два варианта: 4-местный Crew-Dragon и грузовой Cargo-Dragon, но Cargo-Dragon нам сегодня не нужен, поскольку это не его запуск. Космический аппарат запускается с помощью ракеты-носителя Falcon 9 Block 5, а капсула возвращается на Землю способом приводнения. Стартовый вес составляет 12,5 тонн, сухой вес 7,7 тонн, грузоподъемность на низкую околоземную орбиту 6 тонн, на Международную космическую станцию 3,3 тонны, также может вернуть 2,5 тонны груза на Землю и утилизировать 800 килограммов грузов вместе с грузовым отсеком при сгорании в атмосфере. Может вмещать 4 члена экипажа, хотя по факту туда можно засунуть и 7. Но, да, ни разу такого еще не было. Всегда летали в 4 человека, и один раз Crew-9 запускался в 2 человека из-за аварии Boeing Starliner, экипаж Boeing Starliner, первого испытательного орбитального пилотируемого полета Starliner, тупо возвращался на Crew-Dragon, миссии Crew-9, из-за чего его запускали в 2 человека, чтобы вернуть еще 2. Имеет объем под давлением в 9,3 кубических метра и без давления 37 кубических метров в грузовом отсеке. Имеет шины постоянного тока на 28 и 120 вольт и солнечную панель мощностью примерно 1,5-2 кВт и 4 литий-полимерных аккумулятора. На низкой околоземной орбите может существовать 10 дней в автономном полете полностью и 200 дней пристыкованных к Международной космической станции. Сама капсула, то есть вот, сама капсула, и есть отвод рукава башни обслуживания. Сама капсула, вот у нас имеет высоту 4,5 метра. Вместе с вот этим вот грузовым отсеком Весь корабль имеет высоту 8,1 метр. Диаметр максимальный по двигателям составляет 4 метра. А основной, вот если брать по грузовому ракету, как по грузовому отсеку, как и у ракеты, 3,7 метра. Все было построено 13 кораблей, из которых 7 пилотируемых. Сейчас же эксплуатируется всего лишь 5 пилотируемых кораблей, и они будут обеспечивать все последующие пилотируемые миссии. Первый запуск без экипажа был 2 марта 2015 года с экипажем 30 мая 2020 года, именно также на этом корабле C206 Endeavour. Масса топлива составляет 2562 килограмма. На корабле установлено 16 двигателей Драка для маневрирования в космосе и при возвращении на Землю с тягой 400 ньютонов и удельным импульсом 300 секунд, которые работают на 4-окиси азота и монометилгидрозине. Также установлено 8 двигателей Супердрака в качестве системы аварийного спасения с тягой 71 кН каждый, удельным импульсом 235 секунд, давлением в камере сгорания 7 МПА и временем горения до 25 секунд, который работает на таком же топливе и для которого зарезервировано 1388 килограмм топлива, то есть зарезервировано для системы аварийного спасения. Вот, собственно, один из кластер двигателей Супердрака, там их по 2 штуки в кластере. Кстати, далее примерно на 35 минутах у нас должна начаться загрузка топлива и окислителя первой ступени ракеты Falcon 9. Основная задача Crew-11 — перевозить экипаж на МКС обратно в рамках программы коммерческих пилотируемых полетов НАСА. Вот. Crew-11 доставляет грузы на МКС в рамках контракта также с НАСА CRS-2. Но грузовая версия нас не интересует. Вот, Crew-11 способен работать автономно. SpaceX и NASA заявляют, что он способен перевозить 7 астронавтов. Но в обычных условиях экипаж составляет от 2 до 4 человек, и более 4 человек никогда не запускалось. Crew-11 включает в себя интегрированную систему аварийного спасения с толкающей системой. 8 двигателей Супердрака, которые могут отделить капсулу от ракеты-носителя в случае чрезвычайной ситуации в любой момент полета. SpaceX изначально планировал использовать двигатель Супердрака для посадки Crew-11 на сушу, для реактивной посадки, то есть, а парашюты и приводнение в океан в качестве резерва, короче. Но в итоге, кстати, случилось только наоборот, полностью наоборот случилось. Посадку на двигателях НАСА запретила, и в итоге по стандарту он приводняется на парашютах. Сначала, хотя про то, как он приводняется, потом. А вот двигатели Супердрака можно с недавнего времени использовать при отказе парашютной системы и приземлиться на них, на поверхность воды. Компания SpaceX, стремящаяся к значительному снижению стоимости космических перевозок, спроектировала Dragon 2 с учетом возможности повторного использования, а не утилизации. Он состоит из одноразовой капсулы и одноразового грузового отсека. SpaceX и NASA изначально сертифицировали капсулу для использования в 5 миссиях по состоянию на март 2024 года. Сейчас они сертифицировали уже ее для использования в 15 миссиях. Для максимальной экономической эффективности SpaceX внедрила несколько инновационных конструктивных решений в систему аварийного спасения Crew-11, используя 8 боковых двигателей Супердрака, что устраняет необходимость традиционной одноразовой спасательной башни. Более того, вместо размещения критически важных и дорогостоящих систем жизнеобеспечения двигателей и хранения топлива на разном сервисном модуле, Dragon 2 интегрирует их в капсулу для повторного использования. Грузовой отсек также включает в себя солнечные панели, радиатор для отвода тепла и ребра для обеспечения аэродинамической устойчивости при срабатывании аварийного спасения. Dragon 2 интегрирует солнечные панели непосредственно в структуру грузового отсека, заменяя развертываемые панели на практически всех космических кораблях. Грузовой отсек также может вмещать негерметичные грузы, такие как выдвижные солнечные панели, транспортируемые на Международную космическую станцию. Типичная миссия Crew-11 включает 4 астронавтов. Командира, который руководит миссией, несет основную ответственность за управление космическим кораблем. Пилота, который выполняет функции резервного пилота и выполняет функции как командира, так и оператора. И 2 специалистов миссии, которым могут быть поручены особые обязанности в зависимости от миссии. Однако Crew-11 может выполнять миссии при необходимости всего с 2 астронавтами. В случае чрезвычайной ситуации до 7 астронавтов могут вернуться на Землю с МКС до Dragon. Ну, то есть, вот, по бокам у нас 2 места специалистов миссии. По центру справа место командира и слева место пилота. Ну, если вот смотреть с нашей стороны. На Земле экипаж попадает в капсулу через боковой люк, к которому, собственно, и был присоединен рукав башни обслуживания. На Crew-11 над 2 центральными креслами расположена панель управления с 3 экранами. Под креслами находится грузовой поддон. Вон он там внизу под ними. Вот где можно разместить до 230 кг различных грузов. В потолке капсулы расположен порт стандартной стыковочной системы IDSS. Для частых космических миссий, не требующих стыковки с МКС порта, IDSS может быть заменен купольным окном диаметром 1,2 метра с панорамным видом, аналогичным куполу на МКС. Кроме того, SpaceX разработала люк Skywalker для миссий, связанных с выходом в открытый космос. Космический корабль может работать в условиях полного вакуума. Экипажу для этого нужно носить скафандры, разработанные SpaceX для защиты от быстрой разгерметизации кабины. Космический корабль также спроектирован так, чтобы безопасно приземляться при утечке диаметром до 6,35 мм. Носовой обтекатель космического корабля, то есть вот по как раз вот этой полоске, это носовой обтекатель. Он защищает стыковочные узлы и 4 двигателя, направленных против движения во время подъема и входа в атмосферу. Этот компонент открывается для выполнения операций в космосе. Топливо и гелий, необходимые для аварийного прекращения полета орбитальных маневров, хранятся в титановых сферических баках с композитной углеродной оболочкой в основании капсулы, в зоне, известной как сервисный отсек. Когда капсула возвращается на Землю, тепловой экран Пика-3 защищает капсулу во время входа в атмосферу. Dragon 2 использует в общей сложности 6 парашютов, 2 тормозных и 4 основных для торможения после входа в атмосферу перед приводнением. Crew-11 используется как коммерческими, так и государственными заказчиками. Axiom Space запускает коммерческих астронавтов на МКС и в конечном итоге планирует начать запускать на свою космическую частную станцию. НАСА также пришлось одобрить новую процедуру загрузки топлива в связи с новым использованием в ракете Falcon 9 сверхохлажденного топлива. В отличие от 2 ранних коммерческих аппаратов НАСА, таких как то есть космические аппараты НАСА, такие как Saturn-5 и Space Shuttle, где топливо полностью загружалось за несколько часов до запуска и посадки экипажа, на Falcon 9 топливо загружается непосредственно перед запуском, чтобы поддерживать температуру жидкого кислорода около минус 207 градусов, а керосина около минус 7 градусов. Загрузка топлива начинается примерно за 35 минут до старта. При этом система аварийного спасения активируется, чтобы обеспечить безопасное покидание экипажа в случае чрезвычайной ситуации во время загрузки топлива. Было множество испытаний корабля, допустим, как тест прерывания системы, как тест системы аварийного спасения просто со стартовой площадки SLC-40. Оно было успешно проведено 6 мая 2015 года. Dragon благополучно приземлился в океан к востоку от стартовой площадки через 99 секунд после зажигания двигателя Супер Драка.
We should hear the call out that stage 2 liquid oxygen loading has begun. Altogether, we're going to have about 1 million pounds of fuel on board Falcon 9 by the time we're ready for liftoff. So with all those consumables being loaded on the rocket, at this
Далее был, собственно, первый беспилотный полет Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию Demo-1 2 марта 2019 года, которая, включала как бы обычный полет, только не пилотируемый и сильно укороченный. Всего лишь на несколько дней. Полет прошел полностью успешно. Далее тест на аварийное прекращение полета в самом полете. Испытание время прекращения полета Crew-11 было начато 19 января 2020 года в 15:30 по UTC с LC-39А по суборбитальной траектории для проведения сценария разделения и аварийного прекращения полета в тропосфере на околозвуковых скоростях вскоре после прохождения максимального аэродинамического сопротивления. Dragon 2 использовал свои двигатели супертрака, чтобы оттолкнуться от Falcon 9 после преднамеренного отключения двигателя, после чего Falcon 9 был взорван системой прекращения полета. То есть они для этого испытания взорвали целую ракету Falcon 9. Ну и далее Dragon 2 приводнился недалеко от побережья Флориды в Атлантическом океане. Испытание было полностью успешное. I'm going to hand it back to Soumya and Joseph to talk about West Coast recovery. Soumya?
We are now at just a little over T plus 31 minutes and counting, getting closer and closer to getting our Crew-11 astronauts into space. Once their mission is complete and it's time for our crew to splash down back on planet Earth, they'll be heading to one of several...
Ну и далее, собственно, Demo 2. Испытательный пилотируемый орбитальный полет. Изначально была попытка запуска 27 мая 2020 года, но запуск перенесли, и он состоялся 30 мая 2020 года. В миссии участвовали астронавты Боб Бенкен и Даг Хёрри. И этот запуск также стал первым пилотируемым запуском на Международной космической станции с территории США на американской ракете после STS-135 в июле 2011 года. И это, кстати, также был абсолютно первый запуск со всех, который я посмотрел в прямом эфире, то есть уже более 5 лет назад. И то есть, блин, вот этот же корабль летел, я в ахере, блин. Ну и вот, собственно, 30 мая 2020 года в 19:22 по UTC капсула успешно, ракета с капсулой C206.6 еще на тот момент успешно стартовала. Капсула состыковалась с Международной космической станцией 31 мая в 14:27 по UTC. 2 августа 2020 года корабль Crew-11 успешно стыковался и приводился в Атлантическом океане. Ну и в целом это вся информация по кораблю Crew-11. Далее идем к ракете Falcon 9.
We can now become a multiplanetary species by having bases on the moon and bases on Mars.
И выполнение полета в космос, на мой взгляд, важно, потому что в конечном счете необходимо человечеству будет двигаться в дальний космос для того, чтобы открывать новые миры, исследовать новые и новые горизонты.
For me, it's a really compelling goal to go.
Итак, Falcon 9 — это частично многоразовая двухступенчатая ракета-носитель среднего и тяжелого класса, разработанная и произведенная в США компанией SpaceX. Первый запуск состоялся 4 июля 2010 года. После чего до 2018 года ракета постоянно модернизировалась, и с 2018 года летает версия Block 5, которая стала последней версией для этой ракеты. Falcon 9 является на данный момент самой часто запускаемой и безопасной ракетой в мире. За 15 лет было совершено, внимание, 512 запусков, из которых 508 полностью успешные, 3 неудачные всего лишь и 1 частично неудачный. что дает процент удачных запусков 99,3%. Ну, то есть это очень много на самом деле. И последние 157 запусков были полностью успешными. Это в целом вообще самая часто запускаемая американская орбитальная ракета в истории вообще. Чаще Falcon 9, наверное, запускали только советские ракеты по типу Союза и, может, там чего-то еще. Ну, Союз-то вообще, ну, если брать все семейство R7, запускали примерно, ну, уже более 2000 раз. Недавно 2000-й полет был. Скорее всего, Falcon 9 никогда не побить этот рекорд, возможно. А вот Старшипу уже точно удастся это сделать. Стоимость запуска составляет $70 миллионов уже, хотя, ну, по факту одноразовая ракета стоит $67 миллионов, одноразовый запуск. Сейчас, по-моему, рекорд по использованию первой ступени 29 раз. И если, ну, летать по 29 раз, то стоимость запуска $67 миллионов падает примерно до 20 за счет многоразовости первой ступени. А так, в целом, первая ступень стоит $42 миллиона. Также многоразовые и головные обтекатели, каждый из которых стоит по $12 миллионов. То есть экономят неплохо так. Хотя, сейчас по факту многоразовости им вообще экономить не деньги, а время, поскольку можно именно с помощью многоразовости они добились такой высокой частоты запусков. Потому что по факту им нужно строить лишь вторые ступени. И все. Так вот, версия блок 5, последняя версия, которая летает и по сей день, с 2018 года, имеет высоту 70 метров, диаметр 3,7 метра, стартовый вес 549 тонн. На низкую околоземную орбиту в одноразовом варианте она может поднять 22,8 тонн. В многоразовом варианте примерно 18 тонн при посадке на плавучую платформу в океан. На геопереходную орбиту может поднять 8,3 тонны в одноразовом варианте и 5,5 тонн в многоразовом варианте при посадке также на плавучую платформу, либо 3,5 тонны при посадке обратно на сушу. Может также отправить в сторону Марса до 4 тонн порезанной нагрузки в одноразовом варианте. Запуски производятся с площадок LC-39А в космическом центре Кеннеди, ну откуда и сегодня происходит запуск, также с LC-40 на мысе Канаверал, это во Флориде, и в Калифорнии в Вандербергер с площадки SLC-4E. Всего было 466 успешных посадок из 477 попыток. Ну, информация, ну, скорее всего, немного устаревшая, но примерно вот так. Вот, первый запуск версии блок 5 был 11 мая 2018 года. Первая ступень имеет высоту 42 метра, диаметр, понятное дело, 3,7 метра. Там устанавливается 9 двигателей Marine 1D, плюс с тягой примерно 7,6 меганьюта на уровне моря и 8,2 меганьюта в вакууме. И уделенным импульсом 282 секунды на уровне моря и 311 секунд в вакууме. Они работают на жидком керосине и жидком кислороде. Да, идет вторая ступень, высотой примерно 15 метров. И диаметром также 3,7 метра, где устанавливается один двигатель Marine 1D, оптимизирован для работы в вакууме, с тягой в вакууме в 934 кН с обычным соплом и 840 кН с укороченным соплом. И уделенным импульсом 348 секунд. Но это для стандартного сопла, для укороченного не написано, там на несколько десятков секунд ниже будет. Укороченное сопло используется в запусках, ну, где порезанная нагрузка далеко не предельная по весу, и, ну, короткое сопло его проще и дешевле производить, чем длинное. Да, так грузоподъемность и эффективность темно падает, но на запусках, где высокая грузоподъемность не нужна, почему бы и нет. Чуть-чуть получается сэкономить. А так, то вторая ступень может выдать дельта V в 3,41 км в секунду. на стандартном сопре.
Appreciate you all out there. It is cooking outside, so thank you very much for hanging in there. Crew-11's time in orbit will teach us how to keep humans healthy in space for long haul.
Ракета имеет две ступени. Первая ступень, то есть ускоритель, несет вторую ступень и порезанную нагрузку до высоты примерно 70 километров. После чего вторая ступень разгоняет порезанную нагрузку до целевой орбиты. Ускоритель способен совершать вертикальную посадку для обречения и повторного использования. Этот подвиг впервые был достигнут во время полета 20 декабря 2015 года. Отдельный ускоритель совершили по 29 полетов. Самыми тяжелыми порезанными нагрузками, выведенными на геостационарную, на геопереходную орбиту, то есть были Intelsat 35T массой 6,7 тонн и Intelsat 19V массой 7 тонн. Также 24 января 2021 года Falcon 9 установила мировой рекорд по количеству спутников, выведенных одной ракетой, выведя на орбиту 143 аппарата.
This was one of two emergency procedures they rehearsed should they need to rescue Lee, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy during an abort scenario.
Ракета-носитель Falcon 9 рассчитана на доставку астронавтов НАСА на Международную космическую станцию, сертифицирована для программы космических запусков национальной безопасности и отнесена в программу пусковых услуг категории НАСА к ракете-носителю категории 3, то есть низкий риск, что позволяет ей запускать самые дорогие, важные и сложные миссии агентства. Пустая масса первой ступени составляет 25,6 тонн, масса топлива 396 тонн. Топливные баки состоят из алюминиево-литиевой оболочки и алюминиевых куполов, то есть переходных, так скажем, штук между баками. Также имеет 4 посадочные опорные выдвижные, на которые она, собственно, и приземляется из углеродного волокна с алюминиевыми сотами. Центральный двигатель имеет карданный подвес и управляемый вектор тяги примерно в 5 градусов всего лишь, но этого достаточно. Также он имеет азотные двигатели системы реактивного спасения и решетчатые рули, которые помогают ей контролировать траекторию при возвращении на Землю. Кстати, на отметке 16 минут примерно начнется загрузка топлива и керосина во вторую, топлива и кислорода, то есть во вторую ступень. Пустой вес второй ступени составляет почти 4 тонны. Вес топлива 93 тонны. Баки второй ступени также сделаны из алюминиевой литиевой оболочки и алюминиевых куполов. Двигатель также имеет карданный подвес, и также вторая ступень имеет азотные двигатели для управления ориентацией. Falcon 9 способен потерять работу до 2 двигателей на первой ступени и все равно успешно завершить миссию, используя оставшиеся 7 двигателей. Такие случаи, кстати, были, и все нормально. Стенки и купола топливного бака изготовлены из алюминиевого литиевого сплава. SpaceX использует бак, полностью сваренный трением с перемешиванием, для его прочности и надежности. Бак второй ступени по факту представляет собой укороченную версию бака первой ступени. В нем используются практически те же инструменты, материалы и технологии производства. Промежуточный элемент, то есть интерстейдж, соединяющий верхнюю и нижнюю ступень, представляет собой композитную конструкцию из углеродного волокна с алюминиевым сердечком, который содержит многоразовые цанги и пневматическую систему толкания, и имеет 3 точки крепления. Собственно, нам, кстати, показывают все 5 кораблей Crew-11, которые сейчас используются для пилотируемых миссий. Falcon использует обтекатель полезной нагрузки для защиты спутников, но не используется при запуске кораблей Dragon. Имеет длину 13 метров, диаметр 5,2 метра. Весит всего лишь 1900 килограмм, потому что изготовлен из оболочки из углеродного волокна, наложенной на алюминиевый сотовый сердечник. С 2015 года обтекатели проектируются для повторного входа в атмосферу Земли и повторно используются для будущих миссий. Они просто приводняются в океан на парашютах, после чего их вылавливают и используют повторно. Ну и в целом это вся основная информация по ракете Falcon и космическому кораблю Dragon. Так, а теперь мы делаем... Сейчас, погодите. Делаем так. Пока у нас еще есть время. Ну вот, собственно, вот так у нас выйдет корабль Dragon. Вот, первое это сбоку под люком боковым. Установлены парашюты. Ой. Вот. Далее, собственно, второй люк для доступа экипажа именно на земле, через вот тот рукав башни обслуживания, либо же после приводнения, чтобы войти. Один из кластеров двигателей Супер Драка, где вот две штуки, ой, то есть двигатели Драка обычных для маневрирования в космосе, вот кластер из двух двигателей, вот еще 4 кластера по боку. И сверху вот тут установлены также 4 двигателя Супер Драка, направленных против движения для схода с орбиты. 4 кластера из двух двигателей Супер Драка для системы аварийного спасения. Вот их 4 кластера по 2 двигателя. Топливные баки. Порт стандарта Международной сковочной системы IDSS. Крышка порта. Панель управления, те самые 3 экрана, грузовой поддон, ну, собственно, места для экипажа. Система контроля окружающей среды, тепловой щит, ну и, собственно, грузовой отсек. Вот. Солнечные панели, считай, просто наклеены на грузовой отсек. Сравнение Dragon с другими космическими кораблями, но мы сейчас это рассматривать не будем. Вот, собственно, место для... Ой. Место для командира, пилота и для 2 членов... Ну, для 2 специалистов миссии. Также еще по факту 3 члена экипажа можно разместить вот тут внизу, но так еще никогда не летали. Вот, тест на тест системы аварийного спасения с площадки SLC-40. А это он после приводнения, когда его достают на специальный корабль. Вот тут, кстати, находились парашюты, но после, ну, когда они открываются, то вот так это выглядит уже. И, ну, вот такой он весь обгоревший после прохождения через атмосферу при возвращении с орбиты, потому что температура там при входе в атмосферу достигает 2000 градусов.
Houston, teams are continuing to work around the clock to monitor activities aboard the orbital outpost. Leading the team inside the room today is NASA Flight Director Anthony. The team in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will track the autonomous docking of Dragon Endeavour when they enter joint operations. This will happen when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, which is the invisible boundary stretching 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers that helps us monitor all arriving and departing spacecraft. It's essentially the neighborhood of the International Space Station. Once docked, crew members in both Dragon and aboard the International Space Station will perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the spacecraft's hatch for Crew-11 to float into the space station and begin their stay. We anticipate that the hatch will be opened about an hour and a half after docking occurs, and when they enter the orbital outpost, Crew-11 will be greeted by the rest of their Expedition 73 crew and will come together for some opening remarks. For now, that's going to be all for us today here in Mission Control as the anticipation builds for launch in less than 13 minutes now. So how's it looking on the Space Coast, Daryl?
Well, Sandra, we wish it was...
Старшип Гейзер и Илон Маск говорят, что тестовый 10-й испытательный орбитальный полет Старшипа запланирован на середину августа. Интересно, верим? Потому что я что-то не верю. Вот конец августа, да, вполне. А середина, ну, вряд ли.
In the area, some that could trigger lightning if a rocket went through them. So this is a very high watch item at this moment, Nick.
Yeah, they're watching it to the, everybody is focused on crew safety at this point, making sure that we make the right call. But there's a chance, and I'll stay positive.
And you've been positive. I appreciate that about you. You've done that throughout the broadcast. Here's a look from our helicopter flying over the spaceport right now. And this is the formation of the clouds that is a concern because it is so humid out right now. And we've got a sea breeze that is flowing over the warm land. It is just creating this convection around the spaceport. In fact, we are also expecting to go into a phase 1 lightning alert, which I hate to say it, but just before we scrubbed yesterday, Dick, that phase 1 lightning alert went into effect. So things are starting to stack up against us weather-wise. But nonetheless, it's at this point, because this is a fully automated fueling sequence, it behooves us to just continue to march to see if anything might just clear at the end.
Yeah, so there's been nothing that happened up to this point to stop the countdown. So proceed to T-0, and if the timing works out and the weather hasn't built to a significant enough level and it's safe to go, then let's go.
Absolutely, and it is an instantaneous window. So we are launching at 11:43 and 42 seconds. So it is literally the weather at that second that matters. And that's where we hope to see some type of positivity in that moment. But it's certainly something that all eyes are on around the Space Coast to see if this rocket is going to go today. In just about 20 seconds, we are going to hear from Zena Cardman, and she's going to say some words, Nick. She has some moving things to say.
Yeah, Zena is an amazing person. And watching her, along with Stephanie.
Dragon SpaceX confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
You can.
SpaceX Dragon displays are configured for launch. To our family, friends, all who support us at SpaceX, NASA, JAXA, Roscosmos, thank you. Spasibo, arigato gozaimasu. For this freedom to explore, resilience to endure, may grace fly alongside this endeavor.
The gratitude, the team focus, freedom, resilience, these are big themes. These are things that are important to her, and some great words from her. Let's send it now back out to our commentary team for the final minutes of countdown. Joseph and Sandra, take it away.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Nick. And that was beautiful what Zena had to say and reflecting on family and friends, but also that great shot you saw in that 2-box.
Ну а вот, собственно, этот корабль Dragon, когда его доставляли в цех сборки, чтобы присоединить к ракете Falcon 9. Ну, это вот его уже вместе с ракетой Falcon 9 вывозят на стартовую площадку. И таймлапс вертикализации на стартовой площадке. А вот, это у нас при первой попытке прожига. Falcon 9 B1094.3 перервал тест прожига на площадке C-39A перед запуском 4 астронавтов на МКС. Это у нас было примерно 29 июля. Это генеральная репетиция запуска. Вот, этот тест был 28 июля и был автоматически прерван за 57 секунд до запуска из-за ошибки с указанием положения рычага телескопического подъемника. Рычаг сработал правильно, и команды проанализировали данные. Ну, на перенос миссии это не повлияло. Повлияла, блин, вчерашняя погода в итоге. Билл из SpaceX подтверждает, что Crew-11 станет последней посадкой на площадке Landing Zone 1. LZ-1 была основной площадкой для посадок на мысе Канаверал, включая исторические полеты, такие как первая посадка ускорителя орбитального класса в 2015 году, вот, собственно, и она. И также демонстрационный полет Falcon Heavy в 2018 году и вообще все синхронные посадки боковых ускорителей Falcon Heavy. Однако Landing Zone 2 продолжит использовать SpaceX. То есть LZ-2 еще будет использоваться. О сроках вывода этой площадки из эксплуатации не сообщалось. Вот, Landing Zone 1 будет передана в использование компании Via Space и Phantom Space. За SpaceX останется Landing Zone 2. И как думаете, куда они теперь будут сажать второй бустер Falcon Heavy? Ответ. Вместо Landing Zone 1 и Landing Zone 2 построить новые посадочные площадки в периметрах LC-39A и SLC-40. И сегодня также на МКС вместе с экипажем Crew-11 полетит пиво. Точнее, специальный эксперимент Брю-1 по изучению влияния микрогравитации на процессы ферментации пивных дрожжей. Уже после доставки на МКС в специальных колбах смешаются замороженные дрожжи в жидкости с сахаром, чтобы запустить процесс брожения. Дегустации продукта на орбите не предусмотрено. К сожалению, набросы доставят на Землю для изучения. Сам эксперимент является частью по созданию долгосрочной инфраструктуры для будущих марсианских колоний, ведь ферментация участвует во многих процессах. Так что вместо яблони увидим на Марсе пиво. Вот. Dragon, поддерживающий эту миссию, ранее совершал полеты Demo-2, Crew-2, Axiom-1, Crew-6 и Crew-8 космической станции, провел в космосе почти 700 дней. Ну, а вот, собственно, вчерашний перенос из-за погоды.
Power, telemetry, and command connections between ground systems and the rocket.
Hold. We are standing down for violation of weather rules. Traffic is aborted. On countdown net, hold. We are standing down for violation of weather rules. Traffic is aborted.
Everything continues to march towards that liftoff timeline, but you can see there the strong back starting to
Ну, то есть отмена вчерашней попытки запуска Falcon 9 с Dragon из-за облачности на площадке. Хотя изначальный прогноз погоды был на 90% благоприятным. И вот такую мы еще картину видели. Falcon 9... Нет, подождите, это не оно. Когда ваш запуск в космос отменяется из-за дождя, вы получаете специальный индивидуальный дождевик, чтобы ваши скафандры оставались чистыми и сухими для следующей попытки запуска. Ну а вот по сегодняшней попытке запуска Falcon 9 и Dragon выйдет хорошо для сегодняшнего запуска на космическую станцию. Прогноз погоды был приятен на 60% для запуска, в то время как команда продолжает следить за погодой вдоль коридора подъема. Вся связь и проверки скафандров завершены, кресло повернуто, люк закрыт, и экипаж Crew-11 готов к запуску. И у нас уже остается менее 2 минут до запуска. А я напоминаю, то, что мы смотрим вторую попытку запуска пилотируемого космического корабля Crew-11 миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию на ракете Falcon 9. И то, что SpaceX и NASA планируют запустить 11-ю пилотируемую космическую миссию Dragon Crew-11 с Международной космической станции 1 августа с помощью ракеты Falcon 9 со стартовой площадки LC-39 в Космическом центре Кеннеди во Флориде. Запуск запланирован на 15:43 по UTC, то есть менее чем через 1,5 минуты, хотя изначально запуск был запланирован на 16:49 по UTC вчера, 31 июля, но был отменен за минуту до запуска из-за плохой погоды. Космический корабль Dragon C206.6 Endeavour, поддерживающий эту миссию, ранее осуществлял миссии Demo-2, Crew-2, Axiom-1, Crew-6 и Crew-8 на космическую станцию обратно и пробыл в космосе более 700 дней, то есть почти 700 дней, также совершил именно он более 5 лет назад первый пилотируемый запуск Crew-Dragon в целом. После разделения ступень, первая ступень Falcon 9 B1094.3 приземлится на посадочную площадку SZ1 на станции космических сил на месте Канавры. И у нас остается 41 секунда до запуска Falcon 9 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем Crew-Dragon миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию. Смотрим.
Seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engine's full power and liftoff. Go Falcon, go NASA, go Crew-11.
Together we rise as NASA's SpaceX Crew-11 heads up to the International Space Station.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
1.7 million pounds of thrust.
Propulsion is nominal.
Propelling Falcon 9 as the vehicle pitching downrange and making its way up the East Coast, and will soon join Expedition 73 aboard the orbiting laboratory. So far, getting good callouts on that first stage performance.
We are now T plus 35 seconds into the Crew-11 mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 engines
Stage 1 throttle down.
Are throttling down to help
Power and telemetry are nominal.
To help pass through the period of max Q or maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle during ascent.
Max Q.
И есть запуск пилотируемого космического корабля Crew-Dragon миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию на ракете Falcon 9. Вот, собственно, наша телеметрия. Слева снизу мы видим скорость и высоту. Справа снизу перегрузку и также телеметрию работы двигателей. И есть прохождение максимального аэродинамического сопротивления. Так вот, что еще не успел сказать до конца. Во время работы на орбитальной лаборатории экипаж проведет новые исследования, чтобы подготовить человечество к исследованию за пределами низкооколоземной орбиты и принести пользу человечеству на Земле. Экипаж миссии: командир Зена Кардман от НАСА, пилот Эдвард М. Фанкел и от НАСА, первый специалист миссии Юи Кимуа из Джакса, Япония, и второй специалист миссии Олег Платонов из Роскосмоса. Это также будет финальная посадка ускорителя в посадочной зоне 1. И далее у нас будет разделение ступеней. То есть сначала отключение 9 двигателей первой ступени, потом само разделение ступеней и зажигание двигателя второй ступени. После чего также сразу же начнется маневр Boost Back Burn на первой ступени. То есть маневр возвращения обратно в сторону стартовой площадки на 3 двигателях.
Stage separation, stage 1 flip, SES1, and the start of boost back burn. It's going to be pretty quick, so keep a close eye on the action and the mission event tracker at the bottom of your screen.
Stage 2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
Alpha. And back ignition.
And there you see stage 1 pulling away, ignition of the Lone Merlin vacuum engine for stage 2.
И есть отключение 9 двигателей первой ступени, разделение двигателей, зажигание разделение ступени, зажигание двигателя второй ступени и начало маневра Boost Back Burn на первой ступени, который продлится до отметки 3 минуты 28 секунд. Теперь справа снизу у нас показывает также и телеметрию второй ступени, то есть также скорость и высоту. Ну а слева снизу первой ступени.
5.5 minutes of powered flight remaining as we continue to monitor the progress of both vehicles, stage 2 and Crew-11, making the climb uphill, and stage 1 looking to land again at landing zone 1, the last landing at that location for this Falcon 9.
И есть завершение маневра Boost Back на первой ступени ракеты Falcon 9, и началось открытие 4 титановых решетчатых рулей. Далее на отметке 6 минут 20 секунд у нас будет зажигание то есть зажигание 3 двигателей первой ступени для маневра Entry Burn, чтобы замедлить первую ступень при входе в атмосферу. Он продлится всего лишь 13 секунд.
Just saw those grid fins open up on the left-hand side of your screen. The first stage has a couple of events ahead of its landing. Stage 1 will start its entry burn, which will be the second of 3 burns to return the booster a few miles from its launch site at landing zone 1. During this entry burn, Falcon 9 will use its engines to pump the brakes to slow the vehicle down before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere. And if you didn't know, Falcon 9 has a complex heat shield that is designed to protect the engines and the vehicle from all of that combined thermal and aerodynamic loading during max entry Q, which is the moment of max stress on the vehicle during entry. And that will be followed by a landing burn. And this burn will last for about...
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Continuing to hear good call-outs.
Great performance calls continue as we're now 5 minutes into today's flight. Still about 8.5 to go. A little bit more than that as the second stage continuing to perform nominally on the right-hand side. 2,400 meters per second. Crew-11 cruising into the upper echelons of the Earth's atmosphere while we continue to monitor the second stage on that left-hand side. And we'll also get continued guidance and navigation call-outs from the control officers here in SpaceX. Dragon is pointed in the right direction and continuing its flight. And again, that second stage going to continue firing until close to that 9-minute mark into flight and accelerating Dragon to more than 17,000 miles per hour and placing the crew in orbit. And you'll hear good orbital insertion would be that call out. There's the single Merlin vacuum engine that can produce over 220,000
SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
pounds of thrust on that nominal trajectory you're hearing right now. And into the vacuum of space. Now approaching 6 minutes into today's flight, about 2 minutes and 40.
И сейчас у нас начнется зажигание 3 двигателей первой ступени для маневра Entry Burn. Для замедления ступени при входе в атмосферу он продлится 13 секунд.
As it comes back down to Earth. And after that, we will be approaching.
Entry burn startup.
And there's the beginning of entry burn right there. Again, this is the second of 3 burns to return the booster to landing zone 1.
Burn shutdown.
В этот раз всего лишь на одном двигателе, ладно. И далее на отметке 7 минут 27 секунд у нас уже начнется, собственно, само зажигание одного центрального двигателя первой ступени для посадки первой ступени. И на отметке 7 минут 43 секунды будет сама посадка первой ступени на посадочную площадку LZ-1 на мысе Канаверал.
And now with about 2 minutes left of powered flight remaining, still receiving those great calls from the crew on the ground, and we're getting those relays from Crew-11 Commander Zena Cardin.
Stage 1 transonic.
We are now very quickly approaching the start of our landing burn, where 3 engines, engines 1, 5, and 9, will relight to help slow the vehicle down just before it touches down on landing zone 1. We should hopefully have some great tracking shots of that.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Fantastic return there of the stage 1 booster.
First time completing our final planned landing at LV1.
И есть удачная посадка первой ступени Falcon 9B 1094.3 миссии Crew-11 на посадочную площадку Landing Zone 1 на мысе Канаверал. И далее на отметке 8 минут 46 секунд у нас уже будет выход на орбиту и отключение двигателя второй ступени. Ждем.
Vacuum engine and everything continuing to perform nominally for NASA SpaceX Crew-11.
Terminal guidance.
About 20 more seconds remaining of powered flight, and we'll get those call-outs here shortly as everything continuing.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
And there's the great call-out for Shannon we talked about earlier, that last abort zone, if necessary, where they can land off the coast of Shannon, Ireland.
Seco.
There we just heard that good call-out for...
И есть выход на орбиту и отключение двигателя второй ступени. Далее на отметке 9 минут 36 секунд у нас будет, собственно, уже отделение корабля Crew-11 от второй ступени.
A good look inside the trunk there as you're looking for that separation, but you wanted to hear that nominal orbital insertion as Crew-11 now has reached microgravity.
Now we'll continue to coast for a little bit after SECO to allow rates and motion from the burn to settle out. Right now we have a great view on our screen of the Dragon heat shield, actually, which is made up of similar materials. And there we have that Dragon and stage 2 separation.
И есть отстыковка пилотируемого корабля Crew-11 C206.6 Endeavour миссии Crew-11 идет второй ступени ракеты Falcon 9. Далее на отметке 10 минут 24 секунды начнется открытие носового обтекателя, под которым находится 4 двигателя, расположенных против движения, и, собственно, сам стыковочный узел.
Wish you a great mission. Dragon will take you from here. Over to Launch Director for a few words. On behalf of the launch team, it's been an absolute honor working with you towards launch today. We wish you well in the rest of your mission, and we will be awaiting your safe return. Godspeed Endeavour, Godspeed Crew-11.
Thanks for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX, Dragon, I have no emotion but joy right now. That was absolutely transcendent. Ride of a lifetime. Thank you. This has been an incredible honor. And it's my privilege now to pass us along to Mike for some additional words.
Boy, it's great to be back in orbit again.
Thank you to SpaceX and NASA to get us here. What a ride. And Zena and Oleg, let me be the second to welcome you to your first orbit around beautiful planet Earth. Kimya-san, okayeri nasai, welcome back. And to the ISS Expedition 73 team, the crew on board and our friends in MCC, we're on our way. Over to you, Kimya-san.
Okay, thank you very much for everything. スパシバワンボイショーへありがとうございます。日本の皆さん、私も、10年ぶりに宇宙に帰ってきました。ISS でしっかりと任務を果たして、一等星のように輝いて、日本の素晴らしいところを世界中の人に知っていただきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。Я передаю Олег-сан, пожалуйста.
Спасибо, Kimya-san. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. And спасибо всем. I'd like for the beginning to say thank you very much, Roscosmos, SpaceX, and NASA for this unique opportunity to be here with my great crew. Дорогие друзья, находясь на космическом корабле и облетая нашу родную планету, я испытываю неописуемое счастье и восторг. Хочу выразить слова благодарности всей нашей стране, Соединенным Штатам Америки и России за эту уникальную возможность, а также Роскосмосу. Хочу выразить слова благодарности своей школе, в которой я учился, номер 103 в городе Челябинске. Выразить благодарность Краснодарскому высшему военному авиационному училищу летчиков и 22-му гвардейскому истребительному авиационному полку, а также сотрудникам Центра подготовки космонавтов, кто искренне верил и болел за эту идею отправить меня в космос. Обещаю выполнить все поставленные передо мной задачи на отлично. Ура!
Crew-11, we copy all of your words. We are very excited for you to have reached orbit, and we will now proceed with getting you to the International Space Station. You have approximately 3 minutes left in this ground station pass if you'd like to introduce your zero-G indicator.
Итак, стыковка космического корабля Crew-11 C206.6 Endeavour миссии Crew-11 вот этой с Международной космической станции у нас запланирована на завтра, на 2 августа в 7:00 по EDC. Это я обязательно постримлю. Также через 1 час 45 минут, то есть 8:45 по EDC будет у нас открытие люков, что я также обязательно постримлю. А так в целом по следующим запускам и событиям, что мы имеем? Также завтра, 2 августа, кроме этих событий, связанных с Crew-11, нет, завтра, 2 августа, больше ничего не запланировано. А вот 3 августа в 12:30 по EDC запланирован запуск пилотируемого космического корабля New Shepard миссии NS-34. Что я обязательно постримлю. Далее, 4 августа в стартовое окно с 4:11 по 8:11 по EDC Falcon 9 с миссией Starring Group 10:30. Далее, 4 августа также запуск запланирован на 10:20 по EDC со стартовым окном до 10:42 по EDC. Запуск ракеты Long March 12 с миссией Subnet Real Group. К сожалению, я если смогу постримить это, то только с телефона, потому что я буду в поездке тогда. Далее, 5 августа в стартовое окно с 3:45 по EDC по 5:15 по EDC запуск ракеты Electron с миссией The Harvest Goddess Thrives. Также, если смогу постримить, то только с телефона. Далее, 5 августа в стартовое окно с 21 по EDC по 00:00 по EDC Falcon 9 Starring Group 11:25. Далее, 6 августа в 18:00 по EDC отстыковка пилотируемого космического корабля Crew-11 миссии Crew-10 от Международной космической станции, что я, к сожалению, постримить вообще не смогу, а приводнение еще неизвестно, когда будет, но там уже посмотрим. Далее, 7 августа в стартовое окно, подождите, 7 В стартовое окно с 14, то есть 01 по 14:28 по ETC, запуск ракеты Falcon 9 с миссией Project Kuiper KF-02, что я также, к сожалению, вообще не смогу постримить. Далее, 10 августа в стартовое окно с 2:05 ночи по ETC по 6:05 по ETC Falcon 9 с миссией Starlink Group 17-4. А вот из интересного, что я смогу постримить, обязательно постримю, это 11 августа в стартовое окно с 00:07 по ETC по 2:12 по UTC. Третий запуск ракеты Vulcan миссии VC-4S с миссией SSF-106, NTC-3 и Other. Далее, также, что я обязательно постримлю, 13 августа в 00:37 по ETC, третий запуск ракеты Ariane 6 версии 62 с миссией METOP SGA-A1. Далее, также, обязательно постримлю 20 августа в 20:13 по московскому времени запуск ракеты Союз-2-1А с космическим аппаратом Bion M номер 2. 21 августа в 8 утра по ETC также обязательно постримлю запуск ракеты Falcon 9 с грузовым космическим кораблем Cargo Dragon миссии CRS-33 на Международной космическую станцию. Также 21 августа в неизвестное время пока что планируется запуск ракеты Falcon 9 с космическим космопланом Boeing X-37B миссии USSF-36 OETV-8, что я также обязательно постримлю. Ну и также до конца месяца планируется 10-й испытательный орбитальный интегрированный полет Старшипа с кораблем Ship-37, а также бустер 16. И, кстати, сегодня, возможно, в окно до 12 ночи по ETC запланирован прожиг всех 6 двигателей корабля Ship-37. И я также это обязательно постримлю. Начну примерно за 20-30 минут до прожига. – 1 августа 2025 года в 15:44 по ETC с площадки LC-39 Космического центра имени Кеннеди на мыс Канаверал, штат Флорида, США, стартовыми командами компании SpaceX выполнен пуск ракеты-носителя Falcon 9 Full Thrust Block 5 F9-512 с пилотируемым космическим кораблем Crew-11 C206.6 Endeavour. Корабль пилотирует экипаж Crew-11. Про экипаж сейчас будет также. Пуск успешный. Космический корабль выведен на околоземную орбиту. Использующийся в третий раз первая ступень Falcon 9 B1094.3. После выполнения полетного задания совершил посадку на площадке Landing Zone 1 на мысе Канаверал. И теперь экипаж. Кардман Зена Мария, 637-й космонавт мира, 370-й космонавт США. Родилась 26 октября 1988 года в штате Иллинойс, США. В 2010 году получила степень бакалавра наук по биологии в Университете Северной Каролины, а в 2014 степень магистра наук по экологии морских микроорганизмов в том же университете. До 2017 года занималась научными исследованиями. В 2017 году зачислена в отряд астронавтов НАСА. 22-й набор, начавшийся сегодня полет, первый в ее карьере, и она является командиром миссии Crew-11. Сейчас ждем далее.
Dragon copies. We'll be monitoring and keep up 45 approximately for suit doffing. We're with you in the timer.
Ну а я напоминаю то, что мы смотрим запуск пилотируемого космического корабля Crew-11 C206.6 Endeavour миссии Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию. Запуск был произведен 20 минут назад в 15:43 по UTC со стартовой площадки LC-39 в Космическом центре имени Кеннеди во Флориде. Космический корабль Dragon C206.6 Endeavour, поддерживающий эту миссию, ранее осуществлял также первый в целом пилотируемый полет Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию. Более 5 лет назад также миссии Crew-2, Axiom-1, Crew-6 и Crew-8 на космическую станцию и обратно, и пробыл в космосе почти 700 дней. Первая же ступень использовалась Falcon 9
B1094.3, и она приземлилась за посадочной площадкой S1 на станции космических сил на мыс Канаверал. Во время работы на орбитальной лаборатории экипаж проведет новые исследования, чтобы подготовить человечество к исследованию за пределами низкой околоземной орбиты и принести пользу человечеству на Земле. Это также была финальная посадка ускорителя на Landing Zone 1. И, кстати, по прошику всех 6 двигателей на Ship-37 дорога уже перекрыта, а тем временем Ship-38 для 11-го полета вернулся на сборочную площадку после криотестов. Так, далее по экипажу Минг, Эдвард Майкл, 432-й космонавт мира, 272-й космонавт США. Родился 14 марта 1967 года в штате Пенсильвания в США. В 1989 году получил 2 степени бакалавра наук, аэронавтика и астронавтика и науки о Земле, атмосфере и планетах в Массачусетском технологическом институте. В 1990 году получил степень магистра наук, аэронавтика и астронавтика в Стэнфордском университете. В 2001 году получил степень магистра наук, планетарная геология в университете Хьюстона. В 1990 году перешел на службу в ВВС США. Служил в центре космических и ракетных систем ВВС. Являлся инженером по по космическим системам и их испытаниям. В 1994 году окончил школу летчиков-испытателей ВВС США на базе Эдвардс в штате Калифорния. Служил в качестве инженера по летным испытаниям. С 1996 году в отряде астронавтов НАСА. Совершил 3 космических полета общей продолжительностью 381 день. Начавшийся сегодня полет 4-й в его карьере. Он летит в качестве пилота миссии Crew-11.
Here and just be part of it.
We appreciate you from the very start saying that you wanted to document this moment with her here at the Kennedy Space Center, watching them go up at that moment. Mike Fink has been around for a while. He's a veteran astronaut, but there's been quite a gap. He finally now, after 14 years, back up in space.
Yeah, talk about patience being a key quality of an astronaut. It's not just sitting strapped into a rocket for 2.5 hours prior to launch and not being able to move. It's, doing your job and waiting for your opportunity, and that might be a decade or more. And to take that time and to do so much with it while you're still waiting to launch into space, it just shows the character that he has.
Incredible character and incredible character is Mike. Well, quick story here. We want to tell you, when Zena Cardman was here and she did the co-host role for Crew-9 when you launched. After the launch broadcast was over, she pulled out a deck of cards and just offhandedly was like, oh, hey, I want to show you something. And she showed me this deck of cards. It was the Crew-9 deck of cards. And she had hand-drawn the portraitures of each of the Crew-9 members, which included you, and she was on it, though she didn't get to fly. It was the card deck that you used when you played to get rid of your bad luck.
Yeah, in the suit-up room,
Right. And so I'm like, you hand-drew these? I was super impressed. So, of course, fast forward to recently, you walk in the pre-production meeting and you're like, hey, Zena wants you to have this deck of cards. It's the Crew-11 deck of cards, and we want to show them to you now. And she redrew her crew. And we want to show those to you. Hold that up.
She's an amazing artist.
All the crew members each got a face card. So she's on there, Oleg's on there, Mike and Kim and Kimya. And here they are. She hand drew this. We have a close-up of this shot. We want to show you so you can get a real full appreciation. Hand-drawn portraitures by Zena Cardman, the commander. You talk about many talents. Just another talent in what appears to be just this extremely well-rounded astronaut and commander.
Oh, absolutely. Not all astronauts are created equal. I cannot do that. she is talented.
That's incredible. And of course, they played with this deck of cards when they got rid of Zena's bad luck today.
Yeah,
И далее по экипажу. Юй Ким Я, 539-й космонавт мира, 10-й космонавт Японии. Родился 30 января 1970 года в префектуре Нагану в Японии. В марте 1992 года окончил Академию национальной обороны Японии. В апреле 1992 года поступил на службу в ВВС сил самообороны Японии. Служил в летных частях, летал на самолете F-15. В 2009 году зачислен в отряд астронавта Японского аэрокосмического агентства. В 2015 году совершил космический полет продолжительностью 141 день. Начавшийся сегодня полет второй в его карьере, и он является специалистом миссии Crew-11.
11 Dragon flying up on the Falcon 9, it's incredible, to see that. On a personal note, Mike Fink is a dear friend of the family, and it warms my heart to see him to go back to space station to work and live there. I am the external liaison for the commercial crew program, so it's my job to make sure that our external partners are coordinated and informed to support our missions, and those partners include Coast Guard, FAA, Air Force, Space Force, and other DoD partners. Today, the Coast Guard is out there making sure the waterway is safe, and FAA is clearing the waterway. So it is. I get to see how much work it goes behind the scenes to make sure our missions are successful, and I am looking forward to have the Crew-11 get on orbit and then come back safely with Crew-10.
Steve, you played a critical role in changing the splashdown locations for Dragon to the Pacific Ocean. Can you talk to us a little bit about your role in that and the significance in changing those splashdown locations?
Yes, the moving Dragon recovery to Pacific all had to do about the safety of the public, and the trunk debris. By going to the Pacific, we ensure that the trunk is entered over Pacific Ocean and have no risk at all to the public. So, and thanks to our external partners, we work with them to make sure that the Dragon can be recovered safely, and they can perform their important missions, like keeping the waterway safe, keeping the airspace safe, and then the DoD can perform their missions around California coast.
Speaking about all of those external partners that you have to work with, I mean, it took a huge effort to get this underway. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that works?
Yes, so for our West Coast partners, the Dragon landing in the Pacific is a new challenge for them. And they have, as I mentioned earlier, they have their other national priorities. So we are very thankful to our partners and their leadership who recognize that Dragon is also a very important national priority. So we're very thankful to our Coast Guard, Navy, other DoD partners and FAA that help us make that happen. And I'm looking forward to work with them to bring Crew-10 home safely. SpaceX have successfully brought back 3 Dragon the last few months. And we are confident they can help us get there in the next few weeks.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Steve. I mean, we just launched, but like you said, we now have the rest of the mission. We have to bring Crew-10 home. Can you tell us what are the next steps for you? Where will you be going next?
We'll be working with SpaceX and our government partners to make sure we look at those reentry opportunities and coordinate and inform each other, all the important activities. So it's just a lot of coordination, and we're thankful that our partner worked with us on this national priority.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you the best of luck on the rest of the mission. Thank you so much for joining us. And
Thank
now
you, Tony.
We'll send it back to Daryl and Nick.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony. And certainly you can hear the emotion in people's voices, especially Stephen here. Just so proud of seeing Mike Fink. He has touched a lot of people here at the Kennedy Space Center in his time working with everyone here throughout the commercial crew program.
Yeah, absolutely. He has had an impact.
And you had an impact on me. I lost to you for your next space assignment. So
we need to clear the record here, because you tried to stack the deck and karma won out there because you dealt me the ace by accident. So I'm sorry. That's just the way it goes.
Thank you for being so truthful and honest. Is this show over yet? No, you know what? We're excited for you, Nick. We can't wait to see what you do next as well. You've brought so much experience and insight and knowledge to the show, and I know that you wanted from the very beginning, after you launched, you told me that you wanted to do this for Xena, for your friends, for your colleagues, for your team. And you're a stand-up guy telling us early on, like, hey, I'll be there and I'll do it. Thank you very much for that.
No, my pleasure.
Can you take one more social question before we bug out?
We didn't hit 8 yet, so yes.
Let's do it. One more social question. Let's see if we can get it fired up here. Yes, Aaron Anzar is the winner with, what is your best memory as an astronaut? Wow, you can imagine. There are so many memories that are created. I've listened to you for a couple days now, and it's fascinating to hear each and every one that you remember. But what would you put as the #1 memory?
You know, the image, if I try to sum up my 12 years of doing this job, the image that kind of brings it all together in my mind is just another Friday night floating around the table in the Russian service module, having dinner with our playlist. It's an eclectic playlist of music that mixes in everybody's favorites. So you've got Russian traditional folk music and hard rock and American country western, and it's just the culture that the crew has built, and me trying to talk my cosmonaut colleagues in broken Russian, and them talking to me in broken English, and we develop our own language, and we're sharing what's going on with our families, and birthdays and anniversaries. It's just life, and we've built that in space. And there's just so many unique aspects, just how you're eating and people are floating around, that it's so normal. It becomes so normal to do that, and that's my hope, is that we can get more people to experience that normal living in space, but also that normal of bringing together people from around the globe and just getting to know each other.
Yeah, understanding each other, appreciating where we come from as different countries. What strikes me about that is a memory that you chose is you went on EVAs. You went outside the spacecraft, outside and saw the entire planet underneath your feet, but you pick a very human moment as the memory, a bonding moment among your crew that stands out as the #1. I'm sure there's a ton of great memories, but it was the human one at the end of the day.
I mean, you can spend all day in the cupola staring at the Earth, and it's an amazing view. But when a crewmate floats up and watches it with you, it's just that much more spectacular.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Nick Hague, NASA astronaut, and a brigadier general with the Space Force. Thank you so much for being here. You did a fantastic job. And with that, our coverage comes to a close. But the journey for Crew-11, well, it is just beginning. After a stunning launch from Kennedy Space Center and a successful ride to orbit, the crew is now on their way to the International Space Station. This is a shortened trip, 15.3 hours, with docking targeted for a Saturday, August 2nd, at approximately 3 a.m. Eastern Time. And we'll pick back up, of course, with our coverage beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern Time on that same Saturday, tomorrow, for a targeted docking at that moment. And so with that, we want to just say thank you to everyone who was participating in this show today. If you want to follow along with the mission, Crew-11's journey to the space station, just by check in with our real-time mission audio. It will have the flight controllers communicating with the team. You can check that out. The QR code that's at the bottom of your screen now, you just pull out your phone and scan that. You can watch on your phone or watch on your TV with a streaming app. We'll pick back up live with broadcast coverage about 2 hours before docking right here on NASA Plus. Nick, thanks again. Really appreciate it, man. 2 launch attempts. I mean, you were fantastic. This is a long slog through the day, but it's wonderful to document seeing your friends go up to space.
Yeah, wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Absolutely. So with that, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great afternoon, everyone, and thank you again for watching us get these astronauts to space. Continue to follow us as well, and make sure that you keep looking up. we are seeing the astronauts that are flying today. And once again, getting suited up. This is a tradition that happens before crew can leave the suit-up room. Crew-11 walking the hallway, ready to do it again. And here they come. Crew-11 walking outside before launch. Well, there's Xena giving a last wave with the window down. Crew-11 on the road to launch pad 39A. Well, there is our commander and our pilot looking up at their rocket. And here comes Mike and Xena, getting ready to get inside Dragon Endeavor. And here come our mission specialists right behind them, Oleg and Kimia. And there go the seats, articulating upwards, putting the crew in launch position. And the closeout crew closes the hatch to Dragon Endeavor.
3, 2, 1, ignition, full power and liftoff. Go Falcon, go NASA, go Crew-11.
Together we rise as NASA SpaceX Crew-11 heads up to the International Space Station.
Vehicle is pitching down range.
1.7 million pounds of thrust.
Propulsion is nominal.
Propelling Falcon 9 as the vehicle pitching down range and making its way up the East Coast, and will soon join Expedition 73 aboard the orbiting laboratory.
Ну и все, прямая трансляция от НАСА закончена. А я вот последний член экипажа, который у нас летел в миссии Crew-11. Это у нас Олег Владимирович Платонов, 638-й космонавт мира, 139-й космонавт России родился. Сейчас, погодите. Вот так. Родился 27 июня 1986 года в Челябинске. В 2008 году окончил Краснодарское высшее военное авиационное училище летчиков. В 2016 году окончил Дальневосточный федеральный университет. С 2008 по 2017 год служил в авиационных частях ВКС России. В 2018 году зачислен в отряд космонавтов Роскосмоса, начавшийся сегодня полет первый в его карьере. И он летит в качестве второго специалиста миссии Crew-11. А я напомню то, что мы смотрели запуск пилотируемого космического корабля Crew-11 на Международную космическую станцию на ракете Falcon 9, который успешно стартовал с площадки LC-39А в Космическом центре имени Кеннеди во Флориде в 15:43 по UTC. Космический корабль Dragon C206.6 Endeavour, поддерживающий эту миссию, ранее осуществлял миссии Demo-2, которая и была первым вообще пилотируемым полетом в Crew Dragon более 5 лет назад. Также совершил миссии Crew-2, Crew-1, Crew-6, Crew-8 на космическую станцию обратно и пробыл в космосе практически 700 дней. После разделения ступеней первой ступени Falcon 9 B1094.3 приземлился на посадочную площадку LZ-1 на станции космических сил на базе Canaveral. И это была последняя посадка ракет SpaceX, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy на посадочную площадку Landing Zone 1. Далее она будет выведена из эксплуатации и передана в использование двум другим частным компаниям. Во время работы на орбитальной лаборатории экипаж проведет новые исследования, чтобы подготовить человечество к исследованию за пределами низкокоземной орбиты и принести пользу человечеству на Земле. Экипаж миссии: командир Зена Кардман от НАСА, пилот Эдвард М. Файкл от НАСА, специалист миссии 1 Юи Кимура от JAXA из Японии и второй специалист миссии Олег Платонов из Роскосмоса. Стыковка корабля с Международной космической станции запланирована на завтра, 2 августа, 7 утра по UTC, а открытие люков 8:45 UTC по UTC, что я также обязательно постримлю. Также напоминаю то, что уже сейчас происходит подготовка к второму прожигу корабля Starship Ship-37, к прожигу уже всех 6 двигателей. Окно для прожига открыто до 12 ночи по UTC и уже перекрыта дорога. Я начну прямую трансляцию примерно за 20 минут до прожига. И все, запуск засчитан как успешный. И всем спасибо за просмотр и всем пока.